You are never going to believe this. You're never going to believe this. You guys are going to have to put your believing caps on because you are going to be so insanely surprised. I was working on something and I got sidetracked and didn't realize what time it was. I know. Don't be too surprised. I know it's crazy. Completely out of character. Congratulations, Sherps, on the first. Let's go. Welcome to Here, Donut. How are you doing? Oh, hey. Let's go. Oh, Mix It Up isn't open. Fuck me. Gosh dang it. Good start. Okay, give me just a second. Let me type for a little bit. River soup sighting. Holy heckin' shit. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, Galaxy with the cheer. Holy hell. Thank you so much. Hair looks extra fluffy today, doesn't it? I really thought it was the opposite. But if you say so, I am glad to hear that. Let's put you right here. Blap. Blap. Wonderful. Okay, chat. I have a handful of things. I will show you guys what I was working on because I think you guys will like it. Today is going to be a crazy stream. And if you're wondering if I'm prepared, no, I'm not. 103 up biddies. Let's go, Cantaroon. Thank you so much. Yo! Hey, what's up, Heather? Welcome in. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. I'm gonna do my whole YouTube thing. We're like 2 minutes into stream right now. I'm gonna go do the whole YouTube thing in just a uno momento. I still have to do my live update because I did not type it up because I know, surprise chat, I was sidetracked. Extremely surprising. Be surprised. Please be surprised. Thank you for the Windows off off sound. It's exactly how I feel right now. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 100 hype and the 105 up biddies. I shan't accept this outcome. You guys are so cute. I love you guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dino, this is the intro message. I cannot miss this. Hello. Where is it? Where is it? It slides into frame like a bar, like a blender assist. Bang, bang, drong to the XZ axis. Does a cool front flip. What the I love you, Dino. Oh my goodness. Jillybean, hello, hello. Chat, today is going to be a wild, yeah, Jesus Christ, the 106 up videos. Chat, no, this cannot be a pattern. This cannot be a pattern. Holy hell. 200 for the 200 up videos. Jesus Christ, Crow. Fuck's sake. I love Dino's intro messages so much.
Canto W.
Canto W. Thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness. We would cry.
Timer Ori.
Give me just a second. I'm going to have... I will add all of this time. Please
Ori,
keep track of
what
everything.
is your excuse today?
God! Jesus Christ! There's no way that you 3,004 up bids. 300 bids are delivered. Stop! Oh my God! Gantaroon! Guys, stop! We're done now. We're all done. Chill. Fuck. I'm so fine, chat. I'm so fine. Holy hell. We're so good. Okay, hold on. Wait, I have to keep track of all of this. I'm gonna add all of this up and figure out how many hours are on the clock now. Jesus Christ. I haven't even finished typing the intro.
I'm doing it, Ori.
Oh my goodness. What? No, I didn't. Stop. Oh, did YouTube shit the bed? There's no way. Okay, hold on. We're almost done here. We're almost done here, chat. Jesus Christ. I want you to know. Stop with the biddies. We're all done now. We're all done now, chat. We're all done. Stop. Fuck. Jesus Christ, guys. I have to do one more thing before I can have this ready. Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ, chat, you're on a level 3 hype train. Please immediately cease. Shut up, me. Okay, here we go.
At monkey_pasquire listen, it added some massive amount of hours last year.
Oh
They'll
my
do it again.
goodness. No, stop. No, you do not need to add some massive, arbitrarily massive number of hours. Goodness me. We're all done now, chat. We're all done now, right? We're all done. No, stop. What are we doing here? I swear to God, my copy hotkey never works. It works all the time, but it never works. Ever. Probably just hitting them in the wrong order. I'm like, V control, why didn't it work? Probably. That sounds like something I would do. Whoops, wrong button. Oopsies. Oh my goodness. Jeezums. Okay, we're gonna have to count up the biddies now. You absolute fucking heathens. I love you, but Jesus shit. Guys! Chill! Oh my God! 4,600. Rain, please recount now. Why can't you pin? Twitch!
When biddies are counted, we need the excuse for lateness.
Oh my God. Yes, you do need the excuse for lateness. You do in fact need the excuse for lateness. Are we at, what are we at? Rain, recount please. Oh, it should be counting them now.
Wait,
You're correct. Oh my God.
Now,
Thank
right?
you so much for the 425 Galaxy. Jesus Christ, you got a new badge. That's so cute and I love that. Jesus criminy Chris fuck. Okay, what did you say? 4,600? Chat. Stop. Oh my God, that's over 3 hours. Oh, Jesus shit. Chat, chill out. We're all done now. We are all done. Thank you to people who are on YouTube. Thank you everyone who's supporting. I appreciate you. I love you. Today is going to be a big fucking day. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Chat, remember when we said stop beating with $46 and pennies in a stop? Oh my God, that is that much. Holy shit, I didn't even think about that, dude. What the fuck? Guys, what are you doing? Spend your money somewhere useful. Why? Oh, thank you for hitting me with a bundle. Soup, are you up to this? Did you send a hitman after me? This is useful. This is not useful. Make the floof cry. I swear to God. I swear to God, chat. Thank you, everybody, for the biddies and the subs. Oh, my goodness. Drop the twink and glitter-coated collar bills. Dollar bills, I assume. Are you keeping me healthy? I appreciate you. Thank you for the ferret. Wait, we donating? No, we're all done. We're all done. You guys, you have your hype train. Chill out. Level 4. No, stop. Please, dear God. Jesus Christ. Congratulations on the stream, Cheek Chat. Today, okay, today's stream is the fattest yap we have ever done. All right, chat, today's stream is me having a fucking aneurysm on the floor right now. You guys are gonna watch me seizing up on the ground in the corner. God damn it. Thanks for the 100 biddies. Cat ears. Thanks for the cat ears, chat. Thanks for the cat ears. Jesus Christ, Galaxy W. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, yep. There goes the level 4 hype train. It's gone. It departed. Now we're at level what? We're at level 5 now. You worked with fake blood. That's amazing. I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Thank you so much, Galaxy. Jesus shit.
At Sky_Heights High Sky.
Hello. How are you guys doing? Make sure you tilt the camera so we get a good view. God damn it. I just want to work on my contact samples, not killing my ears. I'm sorry. Thank you, London. Thank you, Galaxy. And Jesus, holy shit, fuck, dude. 2,135 biddies here. Holy hell. 15k XP from Beyonder. 5k XP from the 10k XP. Oh my dear God, that's crazy. 6,500 bits total. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna break Oregon this year. You don't have to. No, you don't have to. Thank you, though. God damn it. Let me... You're just leaving now. Okay. Today's the Lori app, chat. Today is the mini hour Lori app. I don't think I've had a just chatting stream that went longer than 2 hours prior to this, and we're gonna be going in. We're in for the long haul, chat. You guys are stuck with me. You guys are staying here. You guys are not leaving. You guys are coming with me. I'll be back. Okay, I'll see you when you get back, buddy. Thank you so much. I can't figure out which alert box to use because one of them does not use tips, and it makes me mad because it's the better one. This is the one I like to use, but it doesn't observe tips, and it's unfortunate. I'm kind of wondering, actually. Hold on. I have a curiosity. Can I change you? I totally fucking can. That's crazy. You do tips, don't you? Well, you can do what? That's wild. It looks so silly. It's cute. Okay, what if we do this? Maybe that'll work. Who knows? I don't know when anything works. Everything's probably broken. It's fine, chat. I'm a professional stremmer, if you were curious. I professional strem. I do the good professionals. You can tell by the cat ears. You can tell how professional I am. Professionals learn something new every day. Yes, however, I am extremely professional. I've never learned anything in my entire life. Congratulations on the level. Thank you so much. Congrats on the stream streak as well. Hey, Ori, just come back from playing a slight bit of PvZ Neighborhood Defense. Yo, that's dope as hell. Oh my goodness,
Silly
you got
Ori.
another badge. That's amazing, Galaxy. Holy hell. Number 8 in lifetime biddies. Oh my goodness. Fare thee, peasants. No, don't silly Ori me. I'm a professional strummer. I'm a professional strummer. Chat, I'm gonna try to talk quietly into the microphone. I'm gonna do my best to speak methodically and dutifully. Yeah, that's a word. I made that word up just now. Did I open Mix It Up yet? Okay, yes, I did. I'm going to enunciate. Unbeknownst to gamers, I'm going to learn how to enunciate. Oh, reason why I was late. I apologize. I was in the middle of creating the fissure between dimensions. That is why I was late today, chat. Excuse me. I was fissuring dimensions, and I lost track of time. I will show you guys what the product of my dimension fissuring is here soon. This dude is gonna peek the mic. I swear to God, I better not. No. We should put a gamba up of whether or not I'm gonna peek the mic in the next 10 minutes. Don't actually do that, mods. I swear to God. Jesus Christ. A very common mistake indeed. Hell. Okay. Today's stream is going to be going over the entire premise. All of it. The entire Myramyth lore premise, start to finish. The mechanics, everything that's public, that at least that I can think of. Answer questions, give the hoedown for everything. The goal is that this will be turned into a video that if anybody was ever like, I want a deep dive, then this would be the video that they go to. This is going to be Rain's next hellscape. Rain has to edit this. So, chat, do your worst. How about just a normal Campbell? 1 or 2? Oh my goodness. Or it was collecting more lore from the Fissures Dimension for us. This was me sucking up the lore. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. And then we're gonna get into this gigantic hellscape of a stream that is today. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. Thank you guys for the absurd level 5 hype train. You guys are ridiculous. I cannot believe you. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna be right back. Don't do anything dumb while I'm gone. You be nice while I'm gone. Okay, if you do something, go ahead and do something dumb, but make sure that you record it if you do. I love you, chat. What the hell?
Everyone quick. Say the heck word before he comes back. Heck. Fuck.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that.
Chotbot did it, laughing face.
Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line.
Oh, okay.
Call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied.
What's deserving of a short? Why do I come back to this is deserving of a short, chat? What the fuck did you do? What? That sucks. Want me to commit arson for you? Chat, what happened while I was gone? What the hell? Jesus Christ, dude. I thought it was only fair that I put on my Myramyth hoodie for this. I feel like this is the day. Now Ori says the fuck word. I've never said the fuck word in my life. What's up? How's it going?
I am here as well.
Welcome to here. How's it going? Welcome
Oh,
in.
well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Ooh, what happened while I was gone? If you were here, you'd know. All right. Okay. That's how we're gonna play this. All right, chat. I'm gonna give you a quick breakdown of what's gonna be happening today, right? Like I'm gonna give you the premise of today's stream. We're gonna go over the basics, which is we're gonna go over the basics of everything, which is kind of like an overarching idea of what Myramyth is. Hello? There's no way. Chat is
I know nothing, I am pretty sure, so I am ready to learn.
Did stream just start to shit itself? Dude, I'm not even playing a game. Come, really? Really? Are we really gonna do this? I swear to God, dude. How? I don't even have OBS open. Don't with me right now. Okay. We're gonna go over the basics, which is basically an
Crash course. Crash course.
Crash course. Yeah, a crash course into basically Really now, stream? Not even a game is open right now. We're really gonna be pulling this right now. I will commit murder. I will commit so much murder. You have no idea. Chat, is stream doing okay? Is stream doing okay? Because if not, I think we're going to have to commit several atrocities. Okay. I think it's fixing itself. That one was a PC issue, which shouldn't happen often. Okay, I think we're okay right now. I'm gonna pause if I see something like that happening.
I sent that and thought, I hope the bot doesn't say this. The pauses are way too long.
I love this so much.
It's okay now, but we got slides Hori for a hot SEC there.
I saw it that time. That was a PC thing, and I have no goddamn idea why, because I don't even have a fucking video game open this time. I digress. So first we're gonna go over the basics. This is going to be basically the universal standings of Myramyth universe, right? What are the universal mechanics that make up anything that has to do with Myramyth lore, right? Like everything that has to do with Myramyth as a concept. What are all of the universal basics to that? Then we're going to get into the base species, basically the types of creatures that you can expect in basically any Myramyth IP in some variety or another, or at least what's expected to be there beyond a radical sentiment, right? So like, unless something radical happens in, say, a timeline, what you can expect there. We'll go over the regions. I'm gonna use utopian names for the regions. However, these regions are all often renamed depending on what setting you're in within Myramyth, but we'll get into that as we get there. We're gonna go over the Doctor and the Traitor, which for some of you, especially the nerds in the back, I love you, you're gonna hear those words and your ears are gonna perk up a little bit, because those are the only two
Diamond
creatures
the Dino
in...
plushie, you might have to do your job.
This is the only two creatures in all of Myramyth that get a capital T in the, and you know what that means. We're going to go over timelines, which is going to be a big thing, right? Like, we all know about the timelines. Or maybe not we all, but again, nerds in the back. You know what I mean when I say timelines.
Laughing face.
So we're going to go over all of the 6 big timelines. After that, we're going to go into the clones, which I'm going to have a brief sentiment about the clones beforehand, but we're going to get a little bit more down and dirty, even like the beginning, the how the clones came to be in the first place. So we're going to talk a lot about the clones. The clones are going to be, obviously, a very important sentiment here. Get into some important people across every timeline, and then we'll go into some extra mechanical mumbo-jumbo garbage poopy. Yeah, you guys get it. Okay, with that in mind, I'm going to start off by jumping into Photoshop. I think I'm going to spend a lot of time in Photoshop. Surprise, surprise. I know everyone is extremely surprised by this. However, I think that Photoshop does a great job of explaining what I'm trying to explain or give me a visual to this. So we're going to start off right here. So this is the dimensional chart that no one has seen yet. Stream, I swear to God. We cannot be doing this right now. I swear, dude. Are we chilling? Are we chilling, stream? Okay. This is the dimensional chart that I was working on before stream. You know, when I was tearing dimensions apart, I was telling you about. Yes, Eco. This is the
Don't
full
make me war
lore
crime.
Yap. This is the full lore yap. This is a full yap about everything, start to finish. This is the abstracts, bitch. What? Yeah. There's gonna be some new things here, chat. Even you may say that you're a veteran in this. There's gonna be something here for you. Trust me. Just you wait. There's so many nightmares, Dino. So many nightmares for you. Don't you even worry. Please make this editable. What do you mean? Make what editable? What do you mean? Oh. Gosh, please. Why? Hold on. We're task managering before this gets any worse. Tell me what the problem is. Let me fix it. Dear God.
Lag Ori.
I need to download more RAM. Really now? I need to unironically download more RAM. I feel like if I close down this program, it's going to cause problems, but I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, it's you. Oh, wild. Wow, Chatbot takes up a surprising amount of RAM. All right, go Chatbot. So does Photoshop. Surprise, surprise. Photoshop, why are you being a bitch? You know what? Yeah, we're closing this. I'm sorry. Discord's gonna go for a little bit. Discord is gonna be in another window for a little while. We'll come back to you. For now, you're here. Okay, chat. Hopefully. What's up, Raichu? How's it going?
At Sky_heights fuck my life man /J.
So, if we're all done with the interruptions, not you guys, the stream being stream. Roughly speaking, there are 4 dimensions that you will ever care about in Myramyth. These are the 4 dimensions. I say dimensions somewhat lightly, but the 4 dimensions that you will have to worry about when it comes to Myramyth lore. This is true in Utopia. This is true in every timeline, dystopia, worldless,
Hi,
revelations,
Dino.
all of this matters one way or another. And it all interacts in different ways a lot of the time, but these fundamental rules will be the same, right? At the very top, you have the Myramyth. The Myramyth is the temporal dimension, right? So all of these outside of the Myramyth don't have a temporal state. So you have the Myramyth at the very top. When I say timelines, I'm talking about things that exist in the Myramyth. And this is kind of a difficult concept to explain. But the idea is that you can imagine this string that goes on, and when a crux event happens, the timeline splits into multiple. Now, each one of those instances, so let's say, for example, that we have a single timeline that splits into two, for the sake of simplicity. So if I have this timeline, we're in the Myramyth right now, right? Don't take that literally. You cannot go into the Myramyth. It's not possible. But let's say that I have this timeline, right? And it splits into two. This is our crux event right here, right? That's a crux. What you have now is you have two different duplicates of this moment right here. If you were to take a screenshot of this moment will break into two, and they will share all of this history behind it, right? So everything behind this, these two share in history. However, you have a duplicate Aether now. You have a duplicate Commons, and you have a duplicate Abstraction. Okay, the abstracts are a little bit awkward, but for right now, you have a duplicate Aether and a duplicate Commons, right? So every single time that a timeline splits, all of these lower pieces come with it, if that makes sense. So essentially, this is the way that dimensional pattern goes. Myramyth is the temporal
Abstraction.
one. Aether.
Tag reference.
The Aether is a purely informational dimension, right? So there's no spatial anything to the Aether. The Aether is purely a giant ball of bounded infinity information. This is generally where a soul is going
Like
to
a
reside.
nesting doll.
Anybody's soul. Anybody's soul is going to reside in the Aether. Any amount of soul that anything has is in the Aether. And in most literatures that, anything that I can think of, in fact, everything has some amount of soul. I mean, there are some exceptions to that. Again, radical exceptions. When I say everything or when I say anything, there's usually a radical exception to it. But I'm going to speak in defaults. So the Aether, everything has soul. And
Evening
that
chat.
soul...
Hope you're doing aw fuck the stream green banged me again.
Everything's soul is going to reside in the Aether, and it's going to be piloted in the Commons. So as a person, your body is in the Commons. This is the Marshall plane, if you will, or the center. This is the various planes that exist. All those are in the Commons, and your body is going to be in the Commons. Your soul is piloted through your body in the Commons, but your soul itself resides in the Aether, which is purely informational. You can't go into the Aether. When I say dimensions aren't something that you can travel between, right? This is something that is more conceptual than it is physical, right? Like, you can't go into the Aether. I'm not saying that because it's difficult. I'm saying because it is physically impossible to exist in the Aether because there's no spatial dimension there, right? Like, there's no mass in the Aether. If you were to go into the Aether, you would be converted into pure information and cease to exist, frankly. So generally, Commons is where your body is. Aether is where your soul is, and Myramyth is where time is, for lack of a better term, right? Abstractions are a little bit difficult to get into, but for the people who have been around a long time, this is demi-dimensions in a nutshell. And we're going to get into the nitty-gritty about that later in the stream, but just note that abstractions are where demi-dimensions reside. So if you've ever heard of the basement, if you've ever heard of the sandbox, if you've ever heard of the wayward, this is what we're talking about here. There's a little bit of nuance with how this functions, but yes, this is abstracts are demi-dimensions. Anyways, going on to that. Going a little bit back to the Aether and kind of zooming in on the Aether a little bit. So, there are a number of types of souls that exist, and the most common one that you guys will probably hear about are called absolutes. So we can imagine, right? So this is...
Ori streamer mode.
Oh. I don't even have Discord open. What? Discord, I'm so sorry, but you're going to need to perish. Okay, Discord's gone forever. We have in the Aether what we call the core essence, right? This is the bounded infinity that makes up the souls that exist within the Aether. This is a bounding box of information that souls reside in. So when you have a soul, when you are a creature that takes on a soul, you're going to take ownership of a small portion of the Aether, right? Every creature is going to take ownership of this small portion of the Aether. Now, this is a small portion of an infinite amount of information, but TLDR is that while you are piloting this soul, or while you are being piloted by this soul, you are going to own this piece of the Aether, and this piece of the Aether will not change or manifest in any way. You are completely under ownership of it. When you die, blah, right? This will begin to re-amalgamate. This will disperse back into the core essence, and the being that you were will cease to exist. In most IPs, your soul is going to be represented by your personality, your moral compass, your decision making, right? A body that is complex enough to make decisions will be piloted by a soul, and the soul will decide and dictate what decisions you make, if that makes sense. The mind is the translation gap here, right? The mind is the thing that is complex enough to go from soul to mind to body. Reincarnation definitely happens, and we're going to get into that. So with all that in mind, an absolute says, heck everything I just told you. Absolutes do not function under this same pretense. In fact, absolutes are specifically stated, like their entire description is that they don't do this. Absolutes are essentially an immutable portion of the Aether. So when a creature dies, for instance, when an absolute dies, their soul does not re-amalgamate. It just stays there until it finds a new suitable host to reincarnate as. So absolutes are a type of creature that will come back over and over and over again in one way or another. Basically, the decision-making qualities and the values or the personality that they have will continuously respawn. Specifically, it will even duplicate if it survives a Crux event in the same fashion it did before. It'll be the same soul waiting for a host that fits its build that it can pilot.
Me too.
So, absolutes are the ones that never change, right? Once something becomes absolute, it is immutable. It cannot change anymore. There are multiple types of absolutes, and one that I'm sure a lot of you have heard are called conduits. The other one that at least probably less of you, but some of you have heard of, is nexuses. So conduit souls are you're a conduit soul. Conduit basically means that this is a narrative character of some variety that is controlled or owned by a real life person, right? And the reason why I describe it this way is because the Myramyth is aware of real people. The Myramyth narrative is aware that real people are controlling it. There are characters in world who have recognized this fact. With that in mind, if a creature in the Myramyth narrative is controlled by a real person, such as when you make a character in Utopia.
Hey Dino, thoughts on a shared Nota King document for this stream?
In the case that you make a character in Utopia, that character has a conduit soul. That means that they are a form of absolute. So TLDR is when you make a character, you have immediately made an absolute. You have made a creature with an absolute soul. One of the reasons why this is clarified as an absolute is because this doesn't change. You as a person and your decisions and your beliefs do not re-amalgamate into the Aether. You are above the Myramyth, right? So you are always going to be the same, at least in the eyes of the narrative. You are the same thing. I mean, you might change within yourself, right? But in the eyes of the Myramyth, you as a creature are not going to re-amalgamate. Therefore, your characters are absolutes, always. You cannot be modified through narrative means. Therefore, you are a conduit and an absolute. The opposite to this, not opposite, but the flip side to that coin, I should say, is a nexus soul. This is essentially an absolute that isn't a conduit, for lack of a better term. These are often distinguished by similar initials. And this is one of the reasons, and we're going to get into the Doctor and the Traitor here soon, but let me give you an example, right? Let's say that we have an absolute, a Nexus Soul with the initials AP, right? If someone has the initials AP, let's say that their name was Anderson Perry. I'm just making stuff up now. That means that when they reincarnate in another timeline, they may be named something like Andrew Parker. That is to say that a Nexus Soul often, and this is a narrative tool, this is not like an in-world law, this is something that we do as writers. When a Nexus Soul reincarnates, it will often reincarnate with the same initials in some fashion. A lot of times this will be hidden in some way. This will be disguised in some fashion or another. Like, it may not be the name that they go by as often, but it's somewhere in their naming convention or titling. They will have similar initials to a previous life. People are already catching the shenanigans that I'm up to. Yes, I'm disguising all types of random shit into what I'm saying here. Okay. I think that gets... Oh, I'm sorry. There's one more important one. It's not that important. It's just a little one. It's just the Omni Soul. It's whatever. Not important or anything. The Omni Soul. Me watching the stream as I nod and and have no idea what is being said. That's okay. This is the breakdown of like the entire Myramyth expanse, Quincy. We're gonna go from start to finish here. We're going to go through everything. I'm kind of starting on probably the more complex topics, but this is kind of the fundamental basis. Casual Omni Soul reference. So the Omni Soul is also you, but it's a little bit different than what we were talking about before. The Omni Soul is kind of a term that was coined by characters within the narrative, especially the clones. The clones, again, are somebody that we're going to talk about quite a bit here soon. But the Omni Soul is a term that was coined by them to basically state the mass consensus that is the people of reality. So us, all of us together, our conjoined consensus is declared as the Omni Soul, which is basically a looming presence of control. Right? The Omni Soul is what dictates and decides what happens in their world, in the narrative world. As we write stories, as we play games and do all these things, we take ownership and control of the world they exist in. So this overwhelming power is noted as the Omni Soul. Basically, you are revered as the creator of everything. Chat, it means that you are in fact the problem. That is exactly what that means. Okay. Let's get into another thing.
I've been hit by the automod.
Oh no. Oh my god, it's Valk. Valk, how the hell are you doing? Is this giving Ty more power? Oh, we're talking about the caravan. Oh goodness, it's gonna be a big one. Okay, we're gonna go over Paya. And what I mean by Paya is Earth sometimes. Earth-ish. So, this is probably not the most known thing. I know a lot of people know it, but this is probably something that's worth getting into just so that people understand where we're coming from. In virtually every single media piece that Myramyth does, if you hear Paya, what we're talking about is literally Earth. I don't mean that like hypothetically. I don't mean that like, oh, it's similar. It's a rough, you know, 1-to-1 scale or whatever. I mean, it is literally Earth, right? It is literally planet Earth and Paya are synonymous with each other. They are the same planetary body. In a timeline like Revelations, this is called Earth. In a timeline like Utopia, it's called Paya. But they are the same planetary body. They're just different names for the same thing. If you've played Utopia, you've heard the term Paya, which means that all of your geography is exactly the same. At least the bounding box of it. Huh? I got oried. I have to pause. Chat, whenever I get oried like this, I have to pause for a second because it means...
Isn't Pia bigger?
No. Once I get... Well, I don't know. Maybe someone's going to tell me that I'm wrong here, so I'm going to figure out if I'm incorrect here in just a moment. The first Ori of today, yes. Yes, this means that I'm in trouble, chat. This means that I'm in trouble. Let's see what I've gotten myself into. Okay, no. I'm going bullet by bullet. I'm looking at it right now. Timelines, I will have you know, sir, is not even in here. I'm still in the basics. Rude butt. I'm fine. I retract my statement. I am doing as I was instructed. I'm talking about Paya. I'm talking about Paya. What do you mean? It says, okay, chat, hold on. No, I have some steam now. It says in my notes, Paya equivalent to Earth. I use Revelations as an example, just to say that Paya and Earth are the same body. I know.
At Rainey's Falling Rain, my love, I need to spray bottle you here.
Thank you, Dino. Thank you, Dino. Okay. In some stories that you read or listen to or consume in the Myramyth, sometimes Earth is called Paya, sometimes Earth is called Earth, and sometimes it's called something different. That is to say that if you hear the term Paya, which is the historical name in the Myramyth for this planet, it is literally Earth. It is the same body. Happy? Okay. That's something I wanted to clear off. If you hear Uto, that is the moon. They are the same thing. If you hear Uto, we are talking about the moon. It is the same exact thing. These are just naming conventions. Rain, I love making a whole thing out of things that you say. I disagree, Rain, and I want to...
Ori is red, they probably don't remember.
I do remember. I remember this conversation. I did
Fly
a
me
lot
to
to
Udo.
prepare this time, chat. Fly me to the Udo. Okay, now I'm getting sidetracked. Anyways, I do remember the conversation, and I did all of this intentionally, and I am not apologizing. I will have you know, chat, I did a good job this time. I did a good job. I'm paying attention. I'm reading my notes. I read the source material before starting stream. I did good today, chat. Okay. For this next little bit of topic about the basics, we're going to go a little bit back a step because we need to talk about the commons. So these dimensions are a little bit... The commons is probably the most unique and probably the most notable for most things that you're going to do. If you interact with the Myramyth in some way, chances are you're interacting through the commons. The commons is a blanket term for the various planes that exist. So planes and dimensions are two very different things. Specifically, if you open up a game of Utopia, right, and you build a cool adventure, you're in what's known as the center. In other media, you may have heard this known as the Marshall plane, or the material plane, or whatever you want to call this. This is basically the place where people exist. The center is noted by the fact that it has the most habitable conditions, right? It has normal temperatures, it has normal life and the conditions to produce more of it, right? It is a habitable plane. A lot of other planes are not like this. So for instance, you may hear about the elemental planes. I'm not going to dive too deep into what these mean, but the TLDR is that if you're in the elemental plane or say the celestial plane, chances are, unless you're really prepared for it, you ain't gonna survive. The center is the happy, homey, amazing plane for everyone to exist in. The other planes are not designed for habitability. They're designed, and I do mean designed, a lot of the time for some specific use case. A lot of what happened came from the dragons, and this is S-X, and I'm gonna go over string semantic and what that means. But when I say S-X, just so you know right now, I mean the history of every timeline. So every story that you read is going to come after what I'm about to say when I say S-X. So, sometime long ago, there were a lot of dragons. Surprise, surprise. And dragons were strong enough, specifically primordial dragons, and I'll get into what that means. Just note that we're talking about primordial dragons, not just any dragons, specifically primordial dragons. They essentially took this weird conglomeration of magic and mana and terra and fauna, and they split it up into a few pieces. This is misleading how I'm describing this. They constructed the elemental planes, right? So you had the center, which is where they were. They did not split the center. That is the bad way to say that. They constructed the elemental planes. And this is kind of the beginning of magic in this universe. This is where magic first became a real thing. The dragons definitely came up with this concept long before any humanoids did it, and it wasn't presumed to be spellcasting at the time. It was an innate feature of them that they had designed by carving these planes into existence. Now, magic is predominantly using this little portion right here called the Aether Veil. The Aether Veil is kind of what sets the stage for how magic will function, but we don't need to worry about that a ton right now. What we need to worry about is that magic heavily relies on these various planes that exist within the commons, and the dragons, the primordial dragons, ancient creatures, created these planes so that they could utilize this Aether Veil to basically summon stuff. I'm gonna put hands up for ads up, and then afterwards I'm gonna explain the YouTube thing. We're gonna take a second. Chat, do we have any questions right now? I know I am not looking at chat very often. It takes every ounce of focus I have to pay attention.
At Petriglass_Tower, the literally way magic functions in the Utopia system is whatever you want it to be. In the Myramyth setting, magic functions by using the ether so it can stay within one dimension.
Bring up the thing that starts with I and ends with Ethan. No, probably not. That was hypothetical, Dino, and I don't have a way to back it up
At
right now.
Raynice Falling Divination.
You're typing so fast right now. Have a snack. Oh, did you get a nice snack? Thank you so much. I will be right back, and we will get back into continuing the discussion after I have probably like a spoon of peanut butter. Thank you for the nice snack. I appreciate it. Chad, I want you to know I'm an absolute freaking fortune teller. I said I was probably gonna get a spoon of peanut butter. I was right. I got a spoon of
Where
peanut
is
butter.
6 points located? I remember hearing something about that.
I don't know if you guys get to know about that yet. We're gonna talk about that, don't worry. I just realized I have a spoon of peanut butter now that I need to go wash off. I can't set this down. I'll be right back one more time. Okay, now I'm back. Thank you for the snack. Chat, I'm giving you a heads up right now. If you see ads and you're like, oh my god, I don't want to miss this, go to the YouTube link in the pin message. The YouTube link in the pin message does not have ads at the same time. So if you feel like you're going to miss something, if I'm talking during a Twitch ad, click on the YouTube link and join in over there. Ori does, the YouTube channel is not monetized, so it does not play ads. At least it shouldn't. If it does play ads, they're not mine. Okay, we're gonna talk about magic for a little bit. This is the innate function of magic, and the reason why I talk about it, because magic is not always a given in every timeline, in every story, in every whatever, what have you. However, it is these fundamental features that I'm about to tell you are utilized in some fashion in generically basically everywhere. Sometimes it's more scientific, sometimes it's considered magic, doesn't matter. The point is that this is dimensional travel that is very commonly utilized in one way or another. So we're gonna take this and we're gonna make a very crude drawing where we have the Aether right here. We have the commons right here. The most common way that magic is utilized in any fashion is going to come from the commons. All spells, if I'm going to use Utopia as an example here. So in Utopia, which is the game, like there's a tabletop RPG named Utopia, it is also the timeline. Those two are synonymous with each other. In Utopia, when you cast a spell, what you are doing is you're sending a satellite into the Aether. So you're piercing the Aether veil, which is this thing right here, with an encoded message. This encoded message will tell the spell, basically. It'll instruct the spell on where to go afterwards. So for instance, let's say that we have the other planes right here. We're in the center right now, which is where you're often going to be. So we're in the equivalent of the Marshall plane, and we're like, I want fire, right? So we have fire plane. What we do is we create an instructed message onto a spell. We throw it through the Aether veil, and it, with its pre-encoded instructions, will go to the plane of fire and then return to us with what we requested, assuming that you did everything correctly. Every spell at some point is going to go into the Aether, because the Aether is where you can send information and go anywhere, right? You can go even to the Myramyth from the Aether. The Aether is kind of a focal point for all of this, right? So it'll go to the fire plane and it'll come back to us as fire, just like we asked, because we're so good at casting spells. This Aether veil is really important for any functionality that is similar to using mana, to using magic, to anything like that. So the mechanics of magic are always based on this right here. Now, different arts, I feel like in Utopia, it is the best elaborated mechanically, because in Utopia, you have 8 arts. It's very simple in that nature. An example of an art that works a little bit differently is necromancy. Necromancy is a very soul-based magical art, right? So necromancy is all about modifying and affecting souls. Necromancy never really leaves the Aether. It stays in the Aether. You send an encoded message to the Aether and you say, stay here, I need you to do something here. The hardest part about necromancy, and this is a little bit tangential, but just to give a little bit of context, the hardest part about necromancy is not about getting to the Aether. It's about figuring out what you're even trying to modify in the first place. Because remember, when we talked about the Aether, this is an infinite bounding box, right? There's infinite information in here, and you need some way to guide your spell into the Aether to hit the soul that you're looking for. And in some cases, for some creatures, that soul will never exist again as it is re-amalgamated. So this is kind of the fundamental way that spells work, or this concept at all. This was first developed and designed by the primordial dragons, but we'll get into all of that later. We'll get more in depth with all of that later. That's kind of what you need to know when it comes to spells. I think the last basics that I want to go over are actually better stated in a web page that already exists, so we're going to go to that. But we're going to talk about the clones briefly. I'm going to briefly go over the clones, then we'll go into more about it later. Look at that, it's the Myramyth website. Who would have thought about it? So this is myramyth.com. If you've never been here, this is... Hi, London. We're talking about all of the wild shenanigans of everything that has to do with
Yay,
Myramyth
clones.
and its lore. Hey, welcome in. Thank you to everyone who's supporting on YouTube. It really does mean a lot, especially since we're so new to this. So the Myramyth, if you go to the Myramyth website, there's a button that says Myramyth on it. If you click on it, you'll see the Meet the Clones section. There are 6 clones. They are the full art pages of the Utopia book. They pop up all over the place. They're the banner art for the Discord. They're the banner on the Ori Does channel. They are all over the place, right? These are really, really important people because these are the narrative characters that recognize and actively pursue the fact that we are real people, the fact that we are conduits, the fact that we are omnisouls. They coined the term omnisoul, right? So these are kind of the front faces when it comes to connecting with the narrative in a way that recognizes all of that, if that makes sense. They're all based on a color, and they're all in rainbow order, at least on the website. So Tori is the bullheaded impulsive one. We're going to talk about what these mean. So right here, the home to the Revelations timeline, S-X.0, we're going to go over that when we get into string semantic. But just note that these each have their own little timeline that they take, that they call home. So Tori is the impulsive bullheaded red clone. Oribot is the orange calculated artifice orange clone. Oliver is the curious, anxious, magical yellow clone. Okifon is the charming, tricky, fey green clone. Orion is the charismatic, approachable
Oribot, my
blue
beloved.
clone. And Arisuki is the iron-fisted, judgmental purple clone. So these are the 6 clones that you have to care about when it comes to going to Myramyth. I mean, you don't have to care about them, but I would say it's in your best interest. It's going to make a lot more sense if you do. These guys will pop up all over the place. And if you guys have ever read the short stories, which are also on the Myramyth website, these give a ton of context to these timelines that I'm talking about. If you guys ever go into short stories, you'll probably catch 1 or 2 of them, I bet. You'll see. You'll see. Just go read the short stories. You'll figure it out. With that in mind, let's get into a few base species. So this is more so talking about creatures in the S-X. So again, S-X means basically the history of Myramyth, right? The S-X is the most primordial history of Myramyth, everything up to the point where the short stories begin to happen, you know, where everything is broken off into the modern Myramyth, as I will call it for right now. S-X is everything prior to that. This is not everybody, this is not every base species, but these are species that existed some time ago. We have... I'm going to start with the main 3 real quick. Humans, dwarves, and elves. These all spawned from the same long time ago humanoid creature known as the primitives. Before there were humans, dwarves, and elves, there were primitives. This is the first humanoid species, right? And this is what broke into the modern humanoids that we would know today if we played something like Utopia. As these began to diversify into the 3 varieties, you would get a lot of the other humanoids. But this was kind of the main batch for a long time. Now, if the people who have been to a lot of streams and have heard a lot of yaps like this, you've probably heard something like, fuck the elves. Now, the reason for this is because the elves became very, very good at oppressing their cousins. And by that, I mean specifically the humans. Humans were kind of the odd ones out when it came to the three of these species, right? Humans specifically remained with the most mutable genetics. And what I mean by that is that they were the easiest. They were kind of the stem cells of the primitives, right? They were able to do and become anything. And the elves were like, yeah, we could utilize that and amass great power, which is what started the great human enslavement in the ye olden days of S-X. This started something. We're going to get into this a little bit later. This started something called the New Life Projects. Now, the New Life Projects are still today happening in Utopia, at least. But the New Life Projects were basically a bioengineered series of experiments and fabrications of new species. A lot of species that you'll find in the Utopia core book are going to be a result of the New Life Project in one way or another. But the elves, by experimenting on humans, created many things such as the mutants. Mutants are any form of beast folk, not just any form of beast folk. Any form of animal-human hybrid were a subject to the elves more than likely, right? So they did minotaurs, centaurs are all because of the elves. Lizard folk, bird folk, merfolk, fish. It's all because of the elves, right? This is them just going around and experimenting on humans, mashing them together with different DNAs and all these types of things. They use a special type of curse at some point, which is a capstone curse. If you follow the Adventurer's Guide, you know what that means. Mechanically, this means that you can't level up past a certain amount. So they would basically
love the fish.
So basically, they would oppress these species, prevent them from being able to empower themselves in any way, and then just sit and experiment on them for many, many years. Another example of what they created, and this one's a little bit more of a devastating timeline. They also created the Dracolings. So the Dracolings are kind of an interesting one. Dracolings are half human, half dragon. And dragons have a weird relationship with humanity. So remember those primordial dragons that created all of those planes and whatever they did? Well, their spawn and their kin are what taught the dwarves how to do magic. So magic, specifically, the arcane arts, that is a very specific set of terminology. The arcane arts were developed by the dwarves by shadowing the primordial dragons. The primordial dragons were relatively kind with humanity, but the elves extorted them, for lack of a better term. They were able to take blood, they were able to take samples, DNA and everything like that, and they created the human Dracolings. These are basically the super soldiers of S-X, right? Dracolings are super-powered individuals in comparison to anything that they had back then. In modern Utopia, they may not be seen as such a looming threat, however, they are still quite powerful for what they are. There's a whole ton of other species that I feel like we don't have to get too deep into. I mean, such as automatons. Automatons have been around for a long time. Goliaths are an example of a creature that's been around for a long time. However, their history is extremely obscure. Halflings have a very obscure history. I will dive back into the halflings, but we need to talk about some other topics before getting too deep into that. A few species that you guys are going to know about that are not a product of the elves, just because I know people love this one so much, are the Cambions. Specifically, angelic and demonic. Specifically. But beyond all that, we'll get into some other stuff later about what all this other mumbo-jumbo is. We'll get more into species. No Thon mentioned, because we're still in S-X. So, with all that in mind, let's get into some of the regions. Let's talk about some regions. Let's talk about where we are and what we're doing. Now, of course, we said before, Paya is equal to Earth. They are the same thing. I'm going to refer to it as Paya. Just note that Paya is the same thing as Earth when I talk about this. So we're talking about the same, we'll get into that in a little bit, Galaxy. Earth is the same thing as Paya for all intents and purposes. It is named different. It is geographically similar. What's the question? Thank you for 4 hydrates, chat.
Intern has donated 1 hydrate.
The Oculence, oh, it's gonna be kind of hard to transition into the whole, to things like the Oculence, because realistically what we're talking about is the New Life Project. The New Life Projects is a long series of projects that are going to matter a lot. And honestly, I think that this is going to make more sense. Yeah. I'm gonna move this a little bit. Rain, don't be mad at me. But I'm gonna move this a little bit. I'm gonna get into that, but I'm gonna push it a little bit back. I don't know enough about her
Watch Rain
to
be
confirm.
mad.
I don't know enough to confirm that. Soup. It depends on her history. I'm not gonna be mad. Thank you, Rain. Okay, so regions that we're going to talk about. Imperium.
Purple getting mad?
Never. Never, ever. Imperium, which I will give modern interpretations to what all of these are here in just a bit. But I'm just gonna jot down a handful that we're gonna talk about. Lore, Grimdar, Shiet, and some of these will get quick explanations and some of these will go in depth because they are like that. Kaino, Horn Range, and then of course we have Chimeros and Atlas. Again, some of these are going to get small explanations.
Okay, why is Chiat pronounced that way?
Why is Shiet pronounced that way? I don't know. How do you want to pronounce it? Everybody is a piece of shit. Imperium is kind of the one with the most awkward land borders, I would say. Imperium, I could not draw Imperium on a map right now if I tried. Imperium takes up a lot of Europe, if you were to look at a modern globe. I've said before that it shadows the Byzantine Empire. That is not completely true. In fact, that's actually quite misleading. I'm going to put Byzantine just to make sure that everybody is equally misled. Need more room for the E. But we'll call it that for right now. The point is that it consumes a massive portion of Europe and a little bit of Eurasia. It is the by far largest territory in, if you play Utopia, modern Utopia. It is absolutely massive. And of course, because nobody would have guessed otherwise,
At Diamond the Dino
it's ran
plushie,
by
we're
elves.
gonna actually tear it to shreds one of these days.
Yes, I'm getting a lot of fuck Imperiums in chat. I presume this would happen. So Imperium is kind of broken into... This is kind of more so true in Utopia. Rain, I feel like this is kind of out of order because these regions are very Utopia coded. These are extremely Utopia coded regions. So I might push this back a little bit. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. I might push this back a little bit because this is extremely Utopia coded. Like, I can't explain any of the... Okay, I'll talk about it, but this is all purely Utopia. Like, this is all only true in Utopia. Or at least what I'm about to go on with, right? Like some of this isn't. Like, I know that not all of it is, right? But like this is pretty... Okay, fine. So be it. I'll continue. Okay. So Imperium, modernly, as you know it today, if you play Utopia, and if you ever heard any stories about Imperium, in the modern day, specifically in Utopia, you've probably heard about the overground, the underground, and the constellation. I cannot explain too much about what I mean by that, because it's a spoiler, and there's Paya's Return cast members in chat right now, so I cannot describe too much of what this means. But Imperium has historically been the largest region and the most impactful region on Paya. It has been kind of the big boy. This is kind of where the elves began to dominate. Now, a lot of what the elves did is going to take place in the Horn Range historically. However, they kind of migrated and made their way over to Imperium and founded their main culture, residence, and reign in Imperium. Lore is similar in fashion and is going to be geographically similar to Greece. So lore is kind of special because this is where you get into a lot of the divines. Now, the divines don't pop up a whole bunch, but they are quite important. Divines are what you would probably modernly call gods, but divine is a species. It's a literal name of a type of creature. Lore has always had a very strong tie to the divines due to several geographical and events, geographical features and instances in history that has tied it to the divines. There's a lot that I would love to go into here right now, but I think a lot of this is not really all that public, so I'm not gonna go too deep into what I mean by this. But the important takeaway here is that lore is probably the most theistic, proper region of Paya. It is properly theistic in the way that they actually genuinely do communicate with divines in different ways. Lore. Grimdar is a quite unique region. So this is a region that is a very strong example.
Lore.
It's similar-ish to Germany, but not really. It's Germany adjacent. Grimdar is an example of a natural curse phenomenon on Paya. So Grimdar has a special type of curse called the Kitsune Night. Now this is very important. So during the lunar solstice, not lunar solstice, I'm an idiot, the lunar eclipse, when the not solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, so when the Earth blocks the moon from seeing the sun. So it goes moon, earth, sun. That creates what's called a Kitsune Night. Now for everybody else, this is going to be a funny thing. The moon's going to look funny and everyone will go home happy. In Grimdar, you have what's called a Kitsune Night, and this happens usually once every few years. When this happens in Grimdar, it will activate a ton of curses that exist there. And if you were to leave Grimdar, you would no longer be subject to this effect. But this is about a week of nighttime. It will be night for an entire week. And this is an example of a curse that is specific to a piece of terrain that nobody created. This is just a natural phenomenon in Grimdar. And this is kind of what created its land borders, right? Because no one wanted to go into that area. Nobody wanted to be a part of this. This is one of the reasons that Imperium doesn't invade in Utopia, is because they don't want to deal with Grimdar. Soup, you caught it. Okay, Shiet is the Nordic regions mostly. There's not a lot to say historically about Shiet. I could say a lot more modernly. a lot about Shiet, but historically, I don't have a lot to go off of. There's not a lot of historic information that I could give you. The same is true about Kaino, which is the Egyptian regions. Kind of the northeastern portion of Africa area. There's not much historically that I can give about Kaino. Any information that I would be giving about Kaino is going to get more into the world of what's happening in modern Utopia. So I'm going to bounce off of that subject for a second. The same is going to be true for Chimeros, and the same is going to be true for Atlas. But just so you know, Chimeros is Australia, like all of Australia. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. Literally all of Australia, the continent, is a part of Chimeros. It's a huge territory. It's also a very isolated territory. And Atlas, which is an undersea region, kind of off of the coast of Lore. But with that, let's get into the big boy, the Horn Range. The Horn Range is where a lot of this really popped off. So the Horn Range is broken into two main cities that you'll probably hear a lot. You have Etheria, which used to be known as the Twilight Forest back in the day, and Angelus. These guys are broken up by a single mountain range known as the, well, it's the Horn Range. No, we don't need to write that. This is where a lot of the Crux event things that I was talking about that, you know, break all the timelines apart, this is where a lot of that amalgamated. And this is where you'll find a funny little flame that changes colors sometimes. If you know, you know. I'm gonna take an egregious amount of time away from explaining things to draw a cute little fire. Because it's important. Trust me. Crazy, am I right? Anyways. Thank you. I should not get a house here. Alex plot, probably. If I had to guess from absolutely no context, oh, there's no context.
At sky_heights indeed.
This is definitely a completely unimportant fire that you don't need to worry about. Trust. The gay fire, indeed. The gay fire, indeed, chat. I will take it by no other names. So, the Horn Range is gonna be where a series of events...
Not the gay fire.
A series of events that popped off that heavily revolve around this cute little spaceship called the Hellion 1. The Hellion 1 was kind of the breaking point in a lot of places. Now, the Hellion 1 doesn't...
Ori says it is not important, I will say it is very important, and Ori hates chat.
I do not hate chat. However, the previous point might make sense. The Hellion 1 was not necessarily...
I remember the Hellion 1. My dad was on that.
The Hellion 1 isn't necessarily the reason why the Crux events happen. However, around its departure is where a lot of, chronologically, the events are centered that matter so much. And I'm gonna kind of mix this in with the next topic because it's gonna be very important, because this is also the home region of the two guys who get capital T's in the in their name. The Doctor and the Traitor. So these guys are native to the Horn Range and are often going to be found or depicted in the Horn Range in some way or another. So these guys kind of popped off during the time of the Hellion 1, but they weren't really a part of it. That wasn't really a part of what they were doing. That is more coincidental.
At Fuzzy Flanders ejection from the ship, right? PSSST Ori, the Hellion 1 was after the Crux events.
Yes, it was, but I'm kind of grouping together this temporal standing because I feel like it's easy to depict what's happening. Like, where in world, chronologically, this is happening around the Hellion 1. This is not because of the Hellion 1, and the Hellion 1 is not depicted the same in every story. But the Hellion 1 is probably at least something that you're gonna hear about in history, given you have history in that timeline. That's a long story. Yes, a hypercube is a 4D cube. I think it's also known as the Tesseract, right? The Tesseract is a hypercube? Question mark? Oh, thank you for the catters. Okay. Doctor and the Traitor is a kind of very large subject. I'm going to be honest with you. The Doctor and the Traitor. Let's start with the Doctor, actually. Let's go ahead and start with the Doctor. The Doctor was a product of that old little thing that we were talking about a long time ago, the New Life Project. However, the Doctor is a little bit unique in this instance, because the Doctor was a part of not specifically a human hybridization thing, but more so specifically trying to create some of the first genuinely artificial humanoid life from scratch. Scratch is kind of a strong term, but imagine this is the first instance of telemetry, if you're akin to the Adventurer's Guide, right? These are people trying to create genuine walking bipedal humanoid life from not nothing, obviously, but not by taking an existing human. You know what I mean? They're trying to piece it together. And the Doctor was one of the creatures that they created, one of the first artificial creatures that they successfully created using the New Life Project called an Oculant. Oculants are an interesting species. They are artificial, and you could probably tell they look very alien. They look very alien in nature, and the Oculants have been iterated many a time. The Doctor is a very early iteration of the Oculant. And the Doctor was created by one of the spearheads of the entire New Life Project, Mother. If you are a part of the most recent mystery, you have heard this name before. I promise you she's important. If you've watched Pious Redemption, you probably know who Mother is. I promise she's important. She's been around for a decent while now. Well, the Doctor was a very curious creature, to say the least. The Doctor learned a lot of things, and spent most of his very long life accumulating knowledge and basically representing this knowledge in his various researches. He was akin to... I don't think I have a description that I can say too much about. He was very curious, and he did a lot of research. So much so, at one point, a meteor struck down. Whoa, look at that meteor. That's crazy. Whoa. Oh no, super scary. Meteor falls down, and the Doctor finds this meteor and realizes that there is alien bacteria on it. Well, using his copious amount of research and understanding of the world, as he has spent very long time of an ageless body. The Doctor does not age because oculants do not age. So he spends all this time research, learning, and everything like that. He takes his bacteria and he uses Payan soil and Payan biology to generate life. And he created a creature that could walk, talk, and communicate with him. This was the first astute Oxtis. The first Oxtis, period. And this was the traitor. So he created that. Interesting, Cantaroon. You say funny things. So this is how the Oxdie came around. If you read the Core Guide of Utopia, this is going to be shrouded in a lot more mystery, but this was the first ever Oxdie. This is how this began. The reason why the biology of Oxdie is so debated, and for anyone who doesn't know, Oxdie are an alien plant-like species, and one of the common debates in utopian history, specifically in Utopia, is that their biology is quote-unquote too convenient, right? It doesn't make sense for an alien to have flora and fauna-based biology so similar to Paya. The reason for that is because it was based on an alien bacteria sample, but was ultimately developed and culturized by Payan soil. So it's kind of a mix of both. That does not answer what Oxtane is, but I'm not going to answer that either. So that's your problem, chat. Anyways, the Doctor and the Traitor came together to realize something. They were like, hey, you know what? I think there's something beyond us. There's more to this world than just the commons, the Aether. There's something even further beyond that. But what is it? The Doctor and the Traitor were the first ones who, together, discovered that the Myramyth exists. So they realized that there's something further beyond anything that anybody had ever witnessed before. And they realized...
What's beyond it? The Gaither.
The Gaither. The Myramyth, the temporal dimension, they realized was something that they could measure in some way. Now, more so, I mean, this is basically not chronomancy, but this is chronology, right? This is them learning how to study the temporal aspect of all of the universe, right? They're realizing that this exists. More than that, they realize there's something even further beyond that, but they didn't really realize that so soon. Instead, they created a cute little thing. They made a little invention together called the vault. Now, the vault is going to get into some really, really tricky topics, but the TLDR behind it is that the vault was an information-keeping device. It was a record-keeping device that was built on a machine known as Boris. Whoops. Which is like a cute little floating android duder that the doctor used to print receipts and record information. And the vault utilized this weird natural phenomenon called 6 points. I told you guys it would be important. I mean, not important. Definitely not important at all. Now, 6 points has a really funny feature about it that's not going to matter yet, but will probably matter in the future. I'm sure it won't matter at all. So the vault utilizes 6 points as a natural phenomenon. And they use this to record all this information. Well, using this, they discovered... Not using this, but with this at their hands, they discovered the Myramyth. They discovered how kind of the temporal nature of everything is. And that, beyond some other things that we're not going to talk about too much, is when they started to collide. They began to disagree with each other. Suddenly, there was a moral dilemma. There was this moral dilemma of, if there is this world above us, what are we, right? They were realistically some of the first people to ever recognize what the Omnisoul was, even though they didn't really coin it the same way. They didn't research it the same way that the clones did and everything like that. But they recognized that there is a higher power to this, right? They realized that this is provably true. That there is somebody who's kind of pulling the strings here on a greater level. And they came to this odd disagreement of, what does that make them? And the way that they processed and recognized life as a whole changed fundamentally in this belief that there is, for lack of a better term, a God to them. God is a bad term here, but I'm going to use it for right now. So, with that in mind, they began to disagree. And in their disagreement, they kind of parted ways a little bit, and the doctor, on his own, created a cute little thing called, very cute, by the way, the Fexathon. Now, the Fexathon is probably gonna be one of the most important historical events to ever happen ever. Not important, as I've told you. The Fexathon was the doctor's method of basically... guys with the cat ears! Who argued which side? Great question. Anyways... The Fexathon was a creature designed to be an event so collateral, so cosmically devastating, that it would split the timelines. The traitor immediately tried to prevent this, right? The traitor was like, please don't. Unfortunately, this is exactly what the doctor was hoping for. Because in the event of the traitor conflicting with the doctor, due to the doctor and the traitor's intervention with the Myramyth and recognizing that conduits exist, all of this happening had created a Crux event. Because in certain Crux events, the Fexathon will do different things. And because they had finally breached the Myramyth and worked with a conduit soul, conduits are going to be really important. I hope you guys remember the conduit soul. Conduit souls are the ones where a person controls the character. This is going to matter a lot soon. When they ended up colliding with each other, the traitor and the doctor interacted in different ways depending on what various decisions they made. Well, that's what the doctor was hoping for, because that is exactly what split the timelines. That is what caused the first fissure and the first Crux event, known as C-X. So, this is where we get the first 3 timelines ever. The Fexathon needless to say, was an apocalyptic level creature, and it was kind of the first instance that we have ever seen utilizing the substance Ichor. Ichor is going to be a long conversation to have, but we're going to get into that in a little bit. It was a cataclysmic creature by nature, and a lot of the timelines, you'd never know what it is. It barely had any impact. In some timelines, it had an impact, but you wouldn't know what that was because it was never written in the history books. In some timelines, it was apocalyptic, and people know that and recognize that. They may not call it the Fexathon, but they'll call it something, and chances are they'll call it the reason for the end times, depending on where you go. But the Doctor successfully used the Fexathon, utilized it to shatter this timeline into 3. In fact, it had such insane ripple effects that in every instance of these 3 timelines, it broke into 2 more due to further resounding effects. And we'll get into those as well. Now is the time that we talk about timelines, chat. This is where we get a little bit more complicated. Buckle up. So we're going to talk about string semantic. So this is S-X right here. In this specific diagram, this is S-X. When I'm talking about this, I'm talking about this timeline right here, S-X, prior to this Crux event. This is the timeline S-X that we're talking about. This is where the Doctor and Traitor did that. This is where the Fexathon was developed. All of that good stuff happened right here in S-X. When this Crux event happened, this is where we begin to develop string semantic. So you have S-X.0, S-X.1, and S-X.2. Each one of these have names, but I'm going to wait until we get to these ones to explain that. S-X.0.0, S-X.0.1, S-X.1.0, and so on and so on. They each go by this same nomenclature that I'm sure you're going to find the pattern for. Each one of these timelines...
SX is what I meant by Pia's timeline.
That makes sense. Each one of these timelines have a name. The S-X timeline specifically is called Primordium. I need to write smaller. When I was talking about Revelations before, that's this timeline right here. That's the one I was talking about. And you'll probably notice that I color code a lot of things. Revelations is home to the red clone, and it is the red timeline. The colors matter a lot of the time. If you see 6 colors in some rainbow format, whether they're in order or out of order, chances are it's on purpose. Me and my homies chilling in S-X.2.1.5 where everyone is a femboy. Rix, I don't like how well facilitated that joke is, and I'm mad. Stop it. If you guys get that joke, you get a fucking cookie. Oh, S-EX, never mind, Rix, that wasn't a funny joke and you suck. Lamau. Okay. So the timelines, I'm going to belt out the names. It's not going to matter, but you might hear something that you recognize. So I'm going to say them out loud. This is and we're going to go over them again afterwards. This is the Revelations timeline, the Perfection timeline, the Hyperion timeline, the Dystopia timeline, the Worldless timeline, and the Utopia timeline. Where would you be able to see those? I could not think of a single place where you might be able to see those.
So instead of becoming empowered, they became freaky?
Jesus Christ. This is where the short stories take place. You can see the color coding happening again, and you could probably imagine what home each one of these clones are going to have. Okay, cool. We've gotten this far now. So this is how the timeline split happened, and the Fexathon and the Doctor and the Traitor obviously have a lot more intrinsically tied to them, but this is the importance of what you need to know and what makes them such important characters. Just so you know, again, but just to kind of slam the point home, capital T in the for only these two. There's a lot of thes in Myramyth. Only the Doctor and only the Traitor have a capital T in the, it matters. I bet you could figure out why. Because I'm not going to say it outright. Teehee. All right, on to our first timeline. Let's talk about some timelines. Revelations.
Because Nexus.
S-X.0.0. So that's this top line right here. This was probably the most...
What about the third wandering initial?
Huh? The third wandering initial? Oh! I bet you guys could figure that out.
At Reichset 404 know that would buy the continuation of Dystopia after the Crux event.
So, Revelations, in my personal opinion, is probably the most catastrophic timeline. This is where the Fexathon took on arguably the most intended route, right? This is where the Fexathon got up, and it did its thing, and it caused the apocalypse. This forced... This is sad face for humanity. Humanity doesn't like when the Fexathon wakes up. The Fexathon, being seen as a completely unstoppable force, led the traitor to basically create a safe haven of sort as far away as humanly possible. And what was the best way of doing that? Well, it was by separating the center into two different planes. One where the Fexathon was, and one where the Fexathon wasn't. Essentially, what the traitor did is he took some number of humans and sent them off to the Go-Wai. The Go-Wai is very special in the way that it is fundamentally limited in the way that it functions. It was designed in such a way that you cannot become nearly as powerful. Chat, if you were to play a game of Utopia and you were to have a character go in the Go-Wai, treat it like this. Instead of leveling up by level times 100 XP, it would be like level times 10,000 XP. I'm giving rough estimations, but just in concept, right? This is what the Go-Wai looks like. If you were to take a character that has amassed, 25,000 XP, what would that be? A level at least like 20 or something like that? They would not even be level 2 in the Go-Wai. The Go-Wai is extremely limited on what people are capable of. The same is true when it comes to magical materials. They will be extremely what's it called? Diluted in their capability. The Go-Wai is extremely limited on purpose. And this is where you get the most realistic timeline. Revelations is somewhat synonymous or pantomimes reality. It is the most modern and the most realistic timeline in comparison to us.
Sadly.
The Cohere, okay, let me correct myself. This is specifically true for the Go-Wai. The Cohere is still a heavily fantasy state. Cohere still is in a heavy fantasy state, similar to Utopia, but not really, just kind of in power level and things like that. But the Cohere and the Go-Wai do not navigate between each other easily. There's a lot of blockades in the way of these two things to make it quite difficult to navigate. I'm not going to go too in depth with why they are so difficult to navigate, as that would be spoilers. And you guys don't want spoilers, chat. All right. I'm going to go into the next timeline. Now we get to talk about perfection. This one is funny. Oh, I should state, in Revelations, they also have the modern nomenclature. Does it go backwards? If I brought a level 100 creature from Utopia into Revelations, lifted them as possible, would it reduce them to level 1? Yes. Yes, it would. I mean, not to level 1 exactly, but to, yes, it would. Will the VOD be posted? Yes, it will. The VOD will be posted. This will also get edited down. So if you guys are interested in seeing this later, you can see this as an Ori Does video later. X.0.1. Okifawn lives here. Correct. This is where Okifawn would live. Okifawn is the green clone, chat. Perfection is a whack-ass timeline. What's up? I did manage to get a creature to level 100 in Revelations that brought them Utopia. Did such become a demigod? Yeah, pretty much. However, making a creature level 100 in Revelations, good luck.
At voltaic grid, yes.
It would. I'm gonna tell you right now, there are many reasons why that is exceptionally difficult. What have I missed so far? Talking about the fundamental features of the universe, followed by the geography of the universe, followed by the primitives and the first living sentient creatures, followed by the creation of the two most pertinent characters and the most devastating creature in all of history. And the Revelations timeline. Nothing much. Okifawn using the Wayward, it doesn't really work like that. We're gonna get into abstraction soon, and it's gonna be a nightmare, and you guys are gonna buckle up with me. So get ready. Perfection is the Fexathon awoke. So to clarify, should I say, Revelations is this red timeline right here is Revelations. This red timeline is also called Revelations. Revelations
Tell me
broke
when the next
off.
scheduled break is PLS.
Will do. Revelations broke off into Perfection, which is what we're talking about right now. So in both of these timelines, in S-X.0, the Fexathon awoke, right? So this is the timeline. The red timeline is the one where the Fexathon got up and started beating the shit out of stuff. So the Fexathon awoke. However, we have somebody who came up with a plan. A great plan, may I say. Now, the Fexathon is a creature that basically consumes souls in one way or another. The extent or the mechanics of that doesn't really pertain to the situation. The point is that it consumes souls. But it is also a mechanical beast in some capacity, right? So this thing can be overloaded. So, a little dude that none of you have ever heard of, named Alex Plot, decided to use a spell that just blew a hole into the Aether, right? And gave that to the Fexathon to basically with the intention of overgorging itself. Alex Plot's idea was to overgorge the Fexathon by just leading it into the Aether. Unfortunately, what Alex Plot failed to realize is that the Fexathon was built with this contingency in mind. That is to say, the thing is borderline indestructible with a timer, right? So for some amount of time, the Fexathon survived, and the Fexathon managed to consume all of it. Everything. Every single thing in existence. And remember when I said, everything has soul in it, including the rocks, the bricks that make up your house, plants, insects, people, entire galaxies have soul. It was gone, and it was consumed. And after every single creature went into stasis, or basically died, the Fexathon finally gave out. Its mechanical features finally gave out. And one person awoke. One singular person awoke with all of that soul inside them. And her name was
Even
Perfection.
absolutes?
Yep, even absolutes were consumed. Now remember, an absolute, that was a really good question. Even absolutes got consumed, however, their soul could not be modified. So they were consumed, but their souls did not change. So this girl named Perfection, basically consumed the entire Aether by accident. The Fexathon died, and the soul moved over to the next applicable host for reasons I will not describe. Rain, is it okay to describe the reasons? I might be able to describe the reason why this happened. There's a very specific reason why this happened, but this one girl took all of that. Now, if you're wondering what happens when you have every single soul and all of the aether inside of you, what happens to you? The TLDR is that you become God. She became utterly and ultimately powerful, capable of anything you could think of. You think the Aether Veil is whack? Well, she could literally modify it with a thought. Not literally modify the Aether Veil, but she could fundamentally change how spells work. She could fundamentally change the terrain, every single galaxy, every planet with a thought for at least a moment. The story is not quite so simple, but it does relatively work that way. Every soul, wish we had a name for that. She was able to modify everything with no more than thinking. However, her body was not designed to contain this much soul, so she slowly began to leak back into the aether. The soul that she was containing was going away at a rapid pace. However, this did not stop her from being excessively powerful for a very long time, including even in modern depictions of perfection. She is still extremely powerful. And one of the ways that this persisted, if you've ever read the short stories, you've probably seen this before, is she would wipe out all of existence and then recreate it over and over and over again, trying to figure out what the perfect universe would be. Once she reached this state, incapable of death by any means possible, anytime that she wanted to die, she would reconsume all of that soul and come back. She doesn't die, right? Like, she is not going to kick the bucket with this much soul in her. Have we gotten modern views of perfection? Kind of, and we'll talk about that. Not technically, but ish. She would wipe out all of existence and then create it again, over and over and over again, trying to figure out what the perfect form of humanity was as she began to take responsibility for this universe that she had basically been handed. If you read the perfection storyline, you'll probably understand what I mean by this. Now, perfection is one of the only timelines that has its own crux event as well, which split into S-X.0.1.0 and S-X.0.1.1. This timeline is known as oracles. All right, faction leaders, eat your heart out. If you guys have ever watched a faction leader stream, which is now an old tradition that has not been held up as of recently, or if you ever played on the Oracle
At
server.
Tranquilittle after the Fakesithon killed everything, yes, that's been confirmed.
This is that timeline. This timeline, the Oracle's timeline, is a crux event off of the Perfection timeline. Specifically, this is due to the intervention of Okifon. Okifon realized that there was still Iker in this world, and they needed to do something with it, because even Perfection couldn't get rid of it. So Oki was like, hey, I got you covered.
Oh my, the Minecraft server is canon.
Oh, of course it is. So in standard Perfection timeline, Perfection said no, and in the Oracle's timeline, Perfection said, okay, have at it. And this is where Okifon kind of took control of things. I won't give too much information on what all of that means or what all of this pertains to, but just know that there is a crux event off of Perfection that we don't really need to worry about. So Oki has two timelines? Kind of, yeah. In a sense. With that in mind, we have another timeline to talk about. Let's go to Hyperion. This is our orange timeline with our bad boy Oribot. Hyperion probably has the least to say. Hyperion is an extremely sci-fi universe. So this is one where, specifically, I'm gonna need to make sure I get this correct. The Fexithon's body became a quote-unquote, I say this very loosely, the Fexithon's body became a non-issue. And what I mean by that is that it did not serve its purpose of causing the apocalypse. So much so, was that the Fexathon was capable of being harvested. Now, a creature of such apocalyptic extent being harvested probably means that there's some pretty cool stuff you could make with it. And they did. They made the Hyperion core. The Hyperion core is what kind of powered this hyper innovation that Hyperion takes place in. Hyperion is a very sci-fi-esque set of stories, right? So if you ever read anything or learn anything about Hyperion, this is where this would be a like type 2 to maybe even type 3 civilization level, because the Hyperion core is, for lack of a better term, essentially a source of infinite energy, and they have done a lot with that. No. You know, just because you said that, I'm erasing it. Ha. So they make the Hyperion core, and they manage to basically intergalactically civilize all of space. Interplanetary travel is easy. Teleportation, easy. I mean, they've done everything. Anything technological, done. This is one of those examples where when you're talking about the Aether Veil, it's not known as casting because they do it only with technology, right? They abuse the Aether Veil in the same way that you'd abuse a wormhole, right? They're using spatial technology and quantum physics to deal with this. So Hyperion is the hyper sci-fi where you're going to find our main man, Oribot, the only construct of the clones. He's literally a robot. I'm sure something important will happen there, but I'm not going to talk about that until later. And by that, I mean I'm not going to talk about it this stream. Wonder away. Dystopia is our next timeline. This one is probably one of the more interesting ones because we have never even seen close to a modern depiction of dystopia. Everything that we have seen from dystopia takes place a lot further back than it probably sounds. That's not 100% accurate. There's kind of a little bit of nuance to what I just said, but for lack of a better term. So this is similar to Hyperion. The Fexathon ceased function. However, the debate ended. I should say this. There was a debate over what to do with the Fexathon in the Hyperion timeline before it split into dystopia. The answer to this debate depicted whether or not you go into the Hyperion timeline or whether or not you go into the dystopia timeline. In the dystopia timeline, it was decided that it was to never be used. It was discarded. You can't destroy the Fexathon, but they did their best. It was sealed away and it was gone. And what ended up happening is a caste system of sorts, where you would inherit a specific amount of ability that was dictated by a governing body. So this is a very tight magical system, right? Specifically, if beyond the S-X anthology, if you were to hear about dystopia, chances are you would hear about a urban fantasy style. So dystopia is actually a bit more modern than what you're going to read in the anthology series, because the anthology series kind of goes over more so what happened in the beginning and what kind of began to develop as this caste system. But dystopia grows up to be kind of a more verbose magic system where you don't get to customize and design who you are as a person. You are given a magical capability either by a governing body, by genetics, by hereditary, by legacy, and you don't step outside of that. It decides your worth, it decides your value, it decides where you exist in humanity. It's a very, very, very tight system.
Good system. No flaws.
We're gonna talk about Sheklaw's Fexathon. We're gonna talk about where the Hellion comes in to a lot of this, because I know I mentioned the Hellion. I haven't gotten back into it yet. We're gonna talk about the Hellion because it matters for each of these timelines in a different manner. In some cases, it doesn't matter that much, but in some of them, it does. Let's talk about Worldless. This is our next one.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, I am fascinated by dystopia.
Yes. Oops. X.2.0. So Worldless is the one where the Fexathon rotted. And its body Worldless is the spawn of Worldless and the Utopia Crux. Now, the way that this happens, the way that these two interchange, is based on the way that the Fexathon's body was processed. It's fundamentally different from Hyperion because it wasn't obvious.
Oridinala plushie.
In Hyperion, the Fexathon's appearance was very obvious. It made its way to the surface, made a presence for everybody, and then did nothing. And the public was extremely aware of the Fexathon. In the Worldless timeline, that is not the case. The Fexathon never even touched the surface. And this caused problems. And there were one of two ways that this was dealt with. And it includes people and creatures and characters that we have never talked about publicly. So I'm not going to. Just note that there's two ways this can happen. Either it gets dealt with properly, or it's worldless. So in this case, the corpse of the Fexathon, in its poorly processed state, produced a substance called sludge, which is I'm gonna say a form of ichor. Ichor is a very important subject. Ichor is a completely indestructible, sporadic, eldritch source. It is extremely powerful, it is extremely unpredictable, and this is where conduits really enter the equation, right? Ichor is kind of the method. Ichor is a blanket term for methods that people do stuff, right? However, Ichor took on a really interesting and unique form in Worldless, because sludge does a lot more than just what Ichor does. Sludge became a contaminant. So, there's Ichor in sludge, but sludge is not Ichor. So actually, no, let's say it like this. This is probably a better way to say this. Sludge is not Ichor, but there is Ichor in sludge. No, hold on. Do I have to say that vice versa? Which way is correct here? Okay. All sludge is Ichor, not all Ichor is sludge. That's what I'm trying to say here. There you go.
Okay.
It is fundamentally different. But with that in mind, Worldless is a very grim dark story, right? Worldless is extremely post-apocalyptic in nature, but worse. It's cryptids. It's the world wants you dead, right? There is the currency of Worldless is hope, is the way that I will describe that. There is an interesting dynamic that's happening because you actually have a colonized moon in Worldless. However, it is probably about as... You know what? I don't know how much I can say about that. It's called Walteria. It's in the short stories. If you've read them, you've seen it. And I'm not going to explain too much of it because I don't want to get into too many spoilers about that. In this world, magic is considered taboo because dark arts, or the utilization of sludge, is a very, very tricky topic to get into, and it is kind of the focal point of a lot of the cryptic nature of Worldless. Ichor is extremely powerful. Sludge is extremely powerful in its own right. However, it causes the vicious beasts and phenomenon that makes everybody's life hell, and it is the reason why Worldless is hopeless. That is Worldless. The yellows always get the sad one. I don't know why. It just happens that way. Yellows always get the tragedies.
What is Ichor itself in general?
Ichor is a blanket term for something that facilitates the interaction of a conduit. So, Ichor is basically the only substance that can breach this barrier above the Myramyth. So above this Myramyth is us. The top of the Myramyth is the beginning of the narrative realm, right? Or somewhere in this general region is where the narrative realm starts. This is where you talk about characters. This is where you talk about the clones. Everything that I'm talking about here is the Myramyth and below. Above the Myramyth is reality. So Iker is a method of facilitating a transaction or giving information or what have you, from reality to the narrative. Iker is a very blanket term. Not all Iker is the same, and by very, very large margins. And that's why it's so dangerous? Yes, because the Omnisoul can basically do whatever the fuck they want. Iker's Eldritch, does that mean Eldritch Cambions have a connection to Iker? It's a little bit of a misnomer. We'll go over Eldritch Cambions here in a bit, because we're in Utopia now. Welcome to the TTRPG, if you've ever heard of it. So Utopia timeline takes place in the same place that Utopia the game does. So Utopia was named after this timeline. And this is where a lot of the stuff gets in. We have a lot to talk about here. This is where, as I've said many a times, if you know Paya, that's the Earth place. And then you have Uto, which is the colonized moon. Beep, beep, beep. Look, they put buildings on it. That's crazy. And a little rocket that goes, whoa. Look at that. The Utopia is probably one of the most, the fuck is Utopia? Utopia is probably one of the most centralized timelines, right? It is the one where everything is kind of at its normality. It is not sci-fi nor high fantasy, or rather it is both, right? You have this sci-fi colonized moon, and you have this this high fantasy style planet. You have infinite possibilities where magic is not limited, where creatures have not been limited. The Fexathon basically just didn't devastate the universe, right? The Fexathon was properly dealt with, I will say. With all this in mind, Utopia, in essence, the naming convention of it is not because Utopia is perfect, but because it was the one place where these interactions within humanity were finally given a chance to facilitate themselves. Consider Utopia the success of a great filter. If you know what the great filter is, or if you've ever heard of the Fermi's paradox, Utopia is the one that got through. That's the reason for the naming convention of Utopia. Uto is probably a really big topic because it's not extremely specific to Utopia, but no other timeline has Uto like Utopia does. And Utopia matters a lot because we can finally talk about the Hellion One. Now, when I talk about the Hellion One, I'm predominantly talking about Utopia. However, the Hellion One did kind of blend into other timelines in various fashions. So I'm going to speak in reference to Utopia. Just note that it hits in a really weird spot where the Crux events were kind of happening, as I said before. The Hellion One was the first ship to ever break orbit on Paya. Now, the Hellion One did not succeed in doing that. Oh, okay. It did break orbit, but its goal was to make it to the moon, and it did not. It failed. It failed catastrophically, rather. Now, there's a reason why it was built so sturdy, why it is still probably floating around in Payan atmosphere today. It was designed very well structurally for kind of uncanny reasons. However, its outer shell that protected the inside crew was not designed that way. It was designed very hastily as well, because in this time, Etheria, or at the time it was known as the Twilight Forest, was at war with Angelus. This was kind of the Great War, quote-unquote, that is revered to some extent in Utopia, because this was basically the war on magic versus technology. This is when technology was first beginning to sprout its roots, and Etheria, or the Twilight Forest at the time, being a very environmental, hating pollution type of civilization, believed that technology was extremely taboo in the way that it was hyper-modernizing the world. They were destroying forests, they were consuming resources at a rapid rate, and they were completely sending tradition to the sideline. And Etheria didn't like that, so they started to beat the shit out of each other. Well, there was a moderate group, I will call it, known as the Technomancers. The Technomancers were the ones who were like, fuck both of you. You are both... There's obviously a happy middle ground, and neither of you see it. They are the ones who created the Hellion One. And they did this predominantly on the Angela side of things, but they utilized both magic and technology to produce this ship that broke Pine Orbit. Well, it broke. It failed catastrophically, unfortunately. However...
So Thomas Edison vs. Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, pretty much. However, they tried again, and it worked. The Hellion 2 came around. And this is the one that succeeded by making it to the moon. This one actually made it there. It succeeded. It had its own ship. And this is actually the starting process of the first Brazen Oxus. Sky, you were asking about this earlier. The Hellion 2 landing on the moon is what sprouted the first incarnation of the Brazen Oxus. London knows what I'm about to say. On the Hellion 1, there was one of the crewmates sent down a note. Basically, tied a piece of paper to a rock. I don't mean this literally, but essentially threw a rock out a window with a note inside it that said, hey, this is every way we're fucked up. Every way that we fucked up, we're about to die. Fix my mistake. So, using that information, the remaining Technomancers were able to develop a ship that would succeed in the places where the Hellion 1 failed. However, one person on the Hellion 1 had a contingency plan. That contingency plan allowed them to remain in stasis in space, floating through space, without dying. They were able to preserve their body. They weren't alive, but they weren't dead, so they were liminal. That person was Dr. L. We're going to talk about them a little bit later, but the TLDR behind this is that Quinn S. managed to find Dr. L's body throughout space and managed to retrieve it, which was a very, very long and convoluted mission. And bring him back to life under the guise that he had to use, due to their limited resources.
Oradon Parrot.
He had to use
At London
Oxdye.
Blue don't listen to Rix. You were indeed the first sexy Oxtus.
He had to use Oxdye biology, because he was a botanist, to generate a body that Dr. L could survive in. And he became the first Brazen Oxus. The Regal Oxus was kind of soon to come, because Oxdye up to this point could not naturally reproduce. They had to be constructed. And Dr. L and Quinn were like, we should probably fix that. And the first Regal Oxus was generated. And that's how babies are made. Anyways, 200 years to follow, you get basically development and production of Yushin civilization. When I say Yushin, I mean Yuto. Yushin is the civilization of Yuto. So Yuto slowly begins to develop. About 100 years passes. 100 years later is when they first start to develop trade again with Paya. So this is when they finally become friends again. And specifically, Kaino, that one that I said was going to be important later, the most technologically advanced territory of modern Utopia, decided that they would accept transmissions and ships, no less, from a now much better developed Yuto. Kaino agreed, and Kaino continued to remain basically the best and most common trade route with Yuto. And using Yushin information, technology, imports, and exports, they kind of became the hub, the greatest hub
Sredi
for...
the trader. At London Blue IE astute.
The trader's not a Brazen Oxus, no. Kaino became the most technologically advanced civilization due to their trade with Yuto. Kaino actually still has a festival following this called a Century of Peace, the Century of Peace Festival, which happened 100 years later, which is something that they regularly celebrate, which basically is to say that 100 years ago they made friends with Yuto. Another transaction that was facilitated out of this was the Stormcatchers. I know I've mentioned the Stormcatchers a handful of times. They don't pop up a ton, but the Stormcatchers are basically the only interplanetary task force. They're basically the space police. They drive gigantic pirate ships. They are a very capable intergalactic trade facilitator, crime facilitator. They basically decide the laws of space at this point. I mean, you only have to abide by those laws if they can kill you or capture you, but that's essentially what they do. The Stormcatchers are a very important portion of the facilitated transaction between Yuto and Paya. And why would you ever need that if you didn't have something like space pirates, which you do? Or should I say, the Space Mafia? The Space Mafia is probably where you'll find the most modern opulence. The Space Mafia utilize the lack of law within space to do a bunch of dubious stuff. And by dubious stuff, I mean predominantly what they're trying to do is generate information. They are researching and learning. It's most often what you're going to find an opulent doing. However, they don't really care that much about what you think or what it means to be a living creature, so they do it in kind of whatever way they feel like or is most efficient to them. They are an extremely efficient species, I should say, but they are kind of the Space Mafia, right? They'll fuck you up. They are also extremely excessively powerful. I think one more thing I want to go over is the more modernized New Life Project. Remember this one? This one was really important. So the New Life Project, who I'm sure at least some of you could figure out who's still spearheading this, is the reason that you have the Sectlings. Opulence, of course, we talked about that, but it's also why you have the Eldritch Cambion. No, that is so incorrect. I'm sorry, I read the wrong thing. It is the reason that you have the Caniums and the Mammons. Caniums are a domesticated dog species mixed with humans. Mammons are a rodent species mixed with humans. They're a little bit more specific than that, but that is kind of the generic reason for that. Eldritch Cambions came from somewhere completely different. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But the Sectlings, which seems to be a lot of people's favorite species, also came out of the New Life Project. However, it is more fundamentally accepted nowadays. So how do the clones exist? Oh, we're going to get into that in just a secondo. First, I'm going to talk about the Eldritch Cambions. The Eldritch Cambions came around in the early days of Utopia. And they spawned from a similar place. They were not a part of the New Life Project. They were a part of a single duder's project. One guy caused the Eldritch Cambions. Same guy who caused the Angelic and the Demonics, may I say. However, the Eldritches didn't come around until later in the timelines or post-Crux event. So, the Eldritch Cambions came around kind of later. Now, Iker was used in the transaction of trying to facilitate the Eldritch Cambions. However, the naming convention comes more from the expectation than it does from the reality. Not every Eldritch Cambion is Iker ridden, but every Eldritch Cambion is some form of abomination, and I do mean that scientifically. Abomination is a type of creature in Utopia, but they are an amalgam of some type. Okay. I think that's what we need to know about Utopia for right now. Let's talk about... Let's talk about the clones. There are a few characters that we've talked about that are going to suddenly become important. Abomination, that is like a legal terminology. A griffin is an example of an abomination. A griffin is literally denoted as an abomination, as a creature type. One mental health break, we could probably get through this, and then we can move to mental health break, I would say. Let's get through this one subject, and then we can
exclamation point for sexy. The gay travelers.
I am not introducing pink into this, I swear to God, because this is gonna make this so much more confusing. Chat, I'm gonna confuse you for a mere moment before getting into why I'm going to stop doing that now. This was a design that was made by Moonchi. Thank you very much, Moonchi, for my birthday, and I absolutely love this. It is still my wallpaper. These are the clones, and you may say there's a 7th person there on the far right, and they're pink. Yes, that is Frankie. Frankie will not be a part of this lore talk here because Frankie exists in a weird space that is only gonna make this more confusing. So we're gonna gloss over Frankie for this specific lore app. But with that in mind, there are 6 clones. Wink. Frankie Don't Really, aka Freaky Don't. Correct. You also have that as your wallpaper. That's
from
cool
sheer will of the Omni Soul.
Frankie exists from the sheer will of the Omni Soul. Yes, correct. Anyways, the clones exist.
Frankie isn't fully a clone, but yeah, they a clone.
How many people? London, don't answer this. How many people know who created the clones? How many people know the narrative character that is the reason that the clones exist? London, don't answer. I need to get a question so I can bother you about Frankie. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Trank knows. The person who created the clones is Dr. L. Remember that person that turned into a Brazen Oxus earlier on the Hellion 1 trip? Yeah, that's the dude who made the clones. Specifically, starting with Orion. And Orion was a really interesting specimen. Dr. L was trying to create cloning technology, which is hypothetically true, but what Dr. L actually invented was the doppelganger. The problem with this was
it was me all along, Barry. I made the clones.
The problem with this is that this specific doppelganger had an interesting quirk called a doorway. Well, kind of. Dr. L was utilizing a doorway, which then was kind of inherited by this creature that we now know as Orion. Orion, for simplistic terms, freaked out, broke everything, and then went on to create the other clones in a series of various methods. I'm not going to go too deep and dirty with the reason why or how all of these were done. Just note that it started with Orion, and Orion came around to create the others. And each one of them were developed, quote unquote, which is a weird way to say that, but each one of them were in fact developed through a different method. And black. Doppelgangers are a little bit interesting, and they're probably not what most media would tell you in the utopian universe. Specifically, doppelgangers do not have the ability to shapeshift over and over again. Doppelgangers have the ability to shapeshift once. They are basically the stem cell of creatures, but like the actual one. They shapeshift one time, and then they permanently become that creature. So Orion went around and designed these
At London
clones.
Blue IE, is that why he's so short?
I don't like this. Doppelgangers are certified chalky milk pog. I don't know what that means, but let's go. Tori mentioned. Yes, correct, Tori mentioned. Well, Orion had a good friend, and if you read the short story, you probably know this, but Orion was a close acquaintance to Alex Plot.
Details please see dash.
Shh. Later. Orion, with the help of Alex Plot, Orion used the assistance of Alex Plot quite a bit to develop a lot of these, not all of these, but to some extent a lot of these. And by happenstance, now they're all friends with Alex Plot. Everybody's friends with Alex Plot now. With the aid of Alex Plot, they discovered a funny little gay fire as you guys call it. That, surprise, surprise, could be used to move between these 6 different timelines that exist. 6 points is a method of travel between timelines. Someone probably did that on purpose. So, the clones decide that they will each maneuver their way to their own respective timeline and basically police it, for lack of a better term. They go to their own specific timelines after... Each clone decides to go to their own timeline, and the color of the clone very much heavily represents what color the timeline is that they went to. For people who have asked me before, I have to think about this. There's something that's confusing me right now, and I don't know exactly how to explain it. I need to look at something real quick. I apologize. For people who asked me, I believe Ashton was asking the question, do they come from the timeline or are they representative of the same timeline? They did come from the same place. However, I need to figure out there's a chronology that's like clogging up in my head right now that I need to figure out. Oh my god, there's Cobbs, hello. I feel like they tried to make the fire gayer, god damn it. Okay, where are you?
So these aren't their respective timelines as much as these are their respective beats.
Kinda, yeah. It's their timeline per their responsibility.
Ori, where the fuck did 6 points come from?
6 points, we talked about that sometime earlier. This was a... Okay, let me say this. 6 points is a natural phenomenon. However, it was utilized and turned into what it is now due to the Doctor and Trader. The 6 points is the beating heart of the vault. Their timelines as in their workplace.
I guess I'm hella behind cause I thought there WER5 dead clone for every timeline.
There kind of is. It's not quite that simple, but we're going to talk about that in a second. I'm confirming my information before I say anything. How the fuck does this happen? Oh, I'm so lost right now. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I skipped a beat. That's why. I understand what I did wrong now. This is, I'm gonna have to wrap my brain around this real quick. This is gonna take me a hot second, chat. Okay, that happens. There's not much time there. Okay. Oh. Okay. This is weird, but I understand now what's happening. Okay. I confused myself really bad, chat. I'm telling you right now, when it comes to the chronology of the shit and the timelines, it is so meticulous and so hard to wrap my brain around. Oh my goodness. Or it confuses you, he probably got something wrong. No, I can confuse you without getting stuff wrong. I just choose not to. Lamau. Okay. So we're gonna jump over to an earlier diagram somewhere. Where the hell did I put it? Which one of yous is it? There we go. So I need to keep this open. Holy hell. It's in this one, I believe. So the clones are made back here, right? And then these crux events happen, and now we're here. In this side of the diagram is where a lot
Over
of...
2K characters in my notes.
What? Oh, 20... Oh, I understand. Over here is where a lot of death and destruction happened. For instance, none of the clones, let me say, you have duplicates of each one. This is the nature of crux events, right? So when this happens, you have 6 clones right here. Boom, crux event, you have 6 clones here, you have 6 clones here, and you have 6 clones here. Well, look at that. Now you have 6 clones here, 6 clones here, yada, 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 so on and so on. These two timelines, not a single... Right? Yes. Not a single clone... also incorrect. No. Not a single clone survived this timeline. For instance, out of the 6 clones that exist in perfection, none of them survived. Out of the 6 clones that survived in that were in Revelations, 1 survived.
Torai didn't survive?
Not perfection. Out of these two timelines together, I believe, yes.
Okay,
One survived
Tori
in each. One survived each of these, Hyperion and Dystopia. 2 survived Worldless, and 1 survived Utopia. Well, in this Utopia timeline, Orion, remember how I said he had that good buddy Alex Plot? Well,
But
Alex
I thought
Plot,
all the clones originated from Utopia and Orion making them and then went to other timelines.
kind of. Utopia Orion realized that these various clones were still alive somewhere, or using a beacon that Alex Plot created, managed to realize, because Orion lost 5 of the clones in his native timeline. Orion was the only one to survive his timeline. So, in response, Orion went to Alex Plot
from
and was
Worldless
like,
LOL.
the clones were born in Primordium, yes. However, at one point in time, I don't know if this chronologically lines up all that well, but at one point in time, hypothetically, there were 36 clones. Realistically, there's not a single moment in time that you could find that would match up to that, but you get my point. There were, across these 6 timelines right here, there were 36 clones. 1 survived Revelations, 0 survived in Perfection, 1 survived in Hyperion, 1 survived in Dystopia, 2 survived in Worldless, and 1 survived Utopia. Every single other clone out of the 36 that I just said died. So, with that in mind, the Orion of Utopia went to Alex Plot and was like, tell me it's not this bad. And Alex Plot was like, Alex Plot stuff, and was like, managed to figure out that there was at least 1 alive clone of every variety. At least the ones that we're talking about right now. This is the only clones that we're talking about right now. All of these clones were alive. And so Orion, for lack of a better term, collected them and brought them back to Utopia. And this was the point, after witnessing everything that had happened, because a lot of them died to things like the Fexathon waking up. They realized what impact all of this had. This was the part I was trying to get, that I was getting hung up on. I couldn't remember what order all of this happened in, and it matters a lot. But the TLDR, after witnessing each other's deaths over and over and over again, all in various different ways that I'm sure some of you could quote. They all reconvened in Utopia before spreading out across their various timelines to begin their responsibility of protecting their respective timeline. One of the things I usually say is that if all of the clones are in one place, there's a problem, because their job is to basically notify the others in the case that something bad happens in their timeline, in which case they need to come together. Otherwise, they will be separated from each other, each taking ownership or working on their own timeline. Ta-da! I think that makes sense. I think that's everything that we need to know. I could give exact dates on when the clones entered, but I think it would only make it more confusing because we have not talked about how dates work in the various timelines, and they function quite differently. So I think for that, we're going to move to mental health break. Chat! This is mental health break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're going to be just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then we're going to get back into the next thing, which is going to be continuing this Lori app, but going over some of the more nuanced features and a little bit more questioning. There's more to talk about. I have basically important people to talk about in the various timelines that are not the clones. The non-clone characters
is
that
are healthy, Ori?
Eep, I would say,
Hey,
is
so
healthy.
how much longer
arguably.
do you think this stream will be? The lore part at least.
Mental health break, and I probably have at least an hour of yapping and then
2-3K
answering
characters.
questions on top of that. Have a good evening, Nebula. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you guys who are sticking through it. I think that probably at least an hour of just hardline like information, and the rest of it is going to be answering questions. Oh, what'd you say, Soup? I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Once we get past this, can you explain what happened to the origin timeline that everything split off of? What do you mean by that? You're talking about Primordium, S-X? What about it? Oh, what's up, Sage? Sage, you only missed the entire yap.
If I'll be here the entire time then.
I might not be around for more than a half hour. My fucking mom needs to take me to some fuck-ass appointment. Of course, this during the stream. You are so good, Dino, and I love you. You got through the important part. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions up to that point, you're free to ask. Or if there's anything that you want answered before you have to go. I'm willing to do like a little bit of questions before getting into the next part after mental health break.
Ori, Ty highlighted message.
Highlighted message. What that? Wasn't there a mystery with the dates or something? There was. That was called the Revelations mystery. That mystery was called Revelations. Like, is it still moving forward, or did it just end when everything split off? It split. So it's moving, but it's moving in now 6 pieces, if that makes sense.
Anyway,
so there's...
sadly I got class, so I gotta go.
Have a good one, Sage. So there's 6 versions of it that are currently progressing forward.
What about a reality where TD and TT don't make the discovery that leads to the fake Sithon?
That would be a pre-them Crux event. So the problem with something like that is that if that was the case, it predates string semantic existing. So string semantic wouldn't recognize it. And that is a thing that happens. There is nomenclature for that. They know that that's possible, and they have terminology for that. However, I want to see if anybody knows what that is. I'm not going to explain it. I will tell you if you're correct, but I'm going to see if anybody can figure out what that is, because I've said it at least once. I've said it very obscurely. I probably said it in passing, but if you can figure out what the nomenclature for that is, I'll let you know if you're correct, or if I see a correct one. Fortunately, I have to go now. We'll watch the VOD later. We'll share my notes later. Thank you. I love you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the lurks, guys. Lurk for power. Lurk for power. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and head out for a little bit. I wonder if I have a fun video. I wonder if I have a special little video that's a little bit different to what we're used to. I don't know if I have a good one. I don't know if I have one that could work for this, but maybe. I'm curious. Let me check. What's your question, Dino? What's your question? Question, to what extent have the various histories been complicated by temporal, I presume that's going to say temporal tension and compression. Wow, thank you so much. Temporal squash and stretch. Okay, yes, temporal tension and compression. The biggest example is Utopia.
Ori,
it's a relatively consistent
much,
force,
but have not learned enough of what I need.
I believe you. There's going to be more at some point. Soon-ish, maybe. We'll talk. I probably shouldn't play these videos. But it would be kind of funny. Learn much. What is nomenclature for again? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going back. I'm sidetracking myself. The biggest example of temporal squash and stretch is in the Utopia short stories. So this is going to be a really big topic, so I'm not going to get super into it. But the TLDR behind it is when somebody goes forward in time, your timeline will resynchronize by pulling on the other sides and squashing all of the time in between till basically it's only a single moment. What does that look like for everybody? Basically nothing. What does that look like for the people in that timeline who are inside that squash? The vault doesn't work. Basically what'll happen is that the vault will cease function because it's waiting for the synchronization. So let's say that you're in year 0 and you skip to year 100. For everybody else in your timeline, the vault will cease function for 100 years because year 0 and year 100, in comparison to all the other timelines, are basically a single moment in time. And went 0, 100. So that's it. Yes, you can go forwards. That is temporal squash and stretch. This is getting into some very, very complex subjects, which I do want to get into, but we're gonna wait a little bit on that. We're gonna wait a little bit on that. Remember, timelines are predetermined up until crux events, so you can absolutely go forward.
At Sherbert_plays, I will Oridonize you.
Crux events are also. Why the fuck can you go forwards? That cause so many problems. Does it? I feel like forward time travel is like the least of your concerns, right? Like that's the least bad option. Let me know what the paradox is. I'm gonna play a funny little video that has
Cobweb
more.
616 in regards to someone's mission.
I warn you, this video is probably not entertaining.
What if you
however,
bounce forwards 1 year at a time and hit 100 years?
Huh? This video is probably not going to be entertaining. However, it is nostalgic for me. Someone might get mad at me for doing this, but that's fine. We'll see. Chat, this is a wild ride for me personally. I really hope there's not anything in here that I should not be showing. We're gonna find out. Okay, let me say it like this, chat. I don't know how accurate this is. This is on the Ori Don't YouTube channel, and it's privated. So here you go. Hopefully there's nothing inaccurate in here. There might be. Take it with a grain of salt. Love you. I'll be back.
On the east side of the mountains, the technologically advanced Angelus saw avalanches piercing the desert sands, lightning storms destroying decades worth of research in single furious swipes. Cargo trains were derailed and ships were capsized and abandoned. Skyscrapers were toppled like giants. On the west side, the dense forest of Etheria, surrounded in once shimmering colors and animated fauna, fell to flames, the wildfire consuming miles of land with gluttonous haste. Arcane runes that withheld dozens of generations worth of knowledge evaporated, with no trace left behind. The rooted evil was simple at its core. Those who believed that mages were a dominating force of chaos fought those who believed that technology was a corrupting tax on humanity. leaving wakes of smog and decay in its wake. Mercy was sparse. A small number of civilians discovered a medium ground between these two, the arcane and the innovative. There was sanctuary somewhere far away, a place to start anew. They sought their escape upwards, somewhere that cartographers hadn't even imagined yet. They called this ship the Hellion One. A small crew boarded this ship amidst the grievances of Paia, the planet they wanted so desperately to escape. The craft was of marvelous design, at least when taking into account the sliver of time and lack of resources. A shambled pile of scrap now diligently compiled into a vessel. The 12 members cargoed enough to spark a new beginning and kindle a new life. At least, that's what their speculations said. With a rough takeoff, the ship desperately fought to make its way into the air. The walls rumbled. Every single sheet of metal bound to its frame screamed against the forces they were withstanding. The arcane energy binding it together held taut as the air grew thin, but the ship's complaints grew worrisome. Watching from what minuscule lookouts they had, the sky turned eerily dark. The people below turned to sparse specks of sand, and then to nothing at all. The land and sea turned into no more than broad paint strokes below them. It was happening. It was real. This small pile of scraps and hope was piercing the blanket of clouds, shooting off where the weather couldn't reach. Hours passed in slow motion. The silence was thick and viscous. Tension lingered like a foul odor. The crewmates' synchronized heartbeat pounded with haste, and hope diminished from their chests as the planet did from their eyes. The mana-rich environment of Paia slowly faded behind them, and their source of magical energy depleted as the ship thrusted upwards. Although the members were cunning in their design, their lack of understanding of the universe beyond its orbit betrayed them heavily. The lack of weight beyond Paia's gravitational pull allowed them to coast their way outside of the atmosphere, though the lack of mana created issues within the enchanted confines of the ship. Even beyond the locomotive forces of the Hellion, magic was used to power the relays, to keep the engine bellowing, and to protect the ship's body from its own internal forces. Before it could take its course to their new home, the magical binds finally gave way. The ship was torn to pieces under its own power, leaving no more than its sturdy frame intact. Crew members were quickly and forcefully evacuated one by one, left to perish in the vast open space. What was once the safest corners of the ship were converted into breaches, the little oxygen it held now contaminated with dark nothingness. A small barricade of sturdy cargo made a temporary shelter for only a single person. Foreseeing the repercussions of never taking in the truths behind this expedition, one crew member got to writing. Low on oxygen, and with a rapidly shortening lifespan, he drafted a note for those waging useless war below. With what little resource he had left, he dreamed of what they could have done differently, what little changes could have been made, and what they all learned from within their immense interstellar coffin. With no remains but a scrap of knowledge, every crew member aboard the Hellion One perished. Its skeleton is still orbiting Paia today. And if it wasn't for one single note, Paia's moon, Uto, would still be barren. After years, the dust finally settled and civilians laid their arms to rest. Those housed within the once lush forests west of the mountain range buried their dead and commenced grand rituals. Those walking on the blistering sands east of the range built monuments in honor of the fallen and pushed forward in their name. Luckily, a rogue piece of knowledge fell from the heavens, leading to a breakthrough that devised the Hellion II, carved into its hull, to those who paved this road in blood. Thank you guys so much for listening. This is actually based on Utopia Tabletop RPG, and if you're interested in the story or the project or want to play the game, make sure to check out my Patreon. You can learn how to play the game for free or support the project and its development. And I will see you in the next story.
Will people be taking notes for the next hour up until maybe the end of stream? For I may be going to take a shower and eep around now.
Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here.
At Diamond the Dino Plushie 07. At Diamond the Dino Plushie yay. I need my support plushie for the note taking.
Hi, chat. Hi, Forager. Oh my fucking cat ears again. Chat, I just sat down. Hello. Hello, hello.
Quattori.
I just want to say that one of the recommended videos for this video at the end of it, for the end card, was this stream right here. Which I find funny. Okay. A lot has happened today, chat. We have gone over a lot of things. That video is privated for many a reason. There's a lot of old videos that are privated. I probably have a couple dozen. You know what else is privated on here? The fucking chat plays videos. The chat plays Utopia. There are VODs that, oh my god, my first VOD I think is on here. Holy hell, Jesus Christ. Wow, there's a lot. RuneScape edited highlights content. The Ori milking time video I will not go over. The Minecraft world that blew up. That's
Bye,
funny.
Eco.
Bye, Eco. The time I made MTG and Mince Raft. I did that. Mechanical question. Give me a mechanical question. Hit me with it. Let's talk for a bit. In that style win? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know where the hell I'd put it or what I'd do with it or how the hell I would do that. I have no idea. I don't like that video, Chad. I don't like those videos. Ay, ay, ay.
Ori, I volunteer to help with the narration.
Does the messages people send when joining and level up mean anything lore-wise? Probably. It depends on where you mean. There's a lot of places that people level up, but yes. Interesting, Sky. Okay. So if I were one to, hypothetically, put their soul in a golemetric body, would they still gain levels? That's technically on GM discretion. Leveling is an interesting topic when it comes to that, and there's times where a creature does level and times where it does not. Generically, more often than not, if a player is the one controlling the body, yes.
On Discord, when you unlock a channel you get a message with it. Do they mean anything?
So when you unlock a channel and you get a message, do they mean anything? Yes. At the very least they did.
Okay,
They were modified.
good to know. Thank you kindly.
They were modified sometime down the line of the Discord server. And people were talking about, I saw that people were mentioning the fact that the text is highlighted in different colors. I'll go over that a little bit as well. It kind of fits in the same thing. The messages changed some time ago, and they were about a very, very specific place that I don't think I have ever touched on before. So much so that I don't know if I really know the details of it all that well. So, yes, question mark.
Gonna start walking home so Steam might cut itself apart.
I will say that one of the...
At Sky_Heights I volunteer for visuals.
One of the reasons that the text was highlighted that way, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong about this, but I'm not positive that the reason that certain questions or certain words were highlighted the way that they were was for one of the first mysteries on the entire Oriverse server. How many people, and there's not gonna be a lot of you, how many of you remember the mystery called Color Coded? This is back in the day, dude. This is like first 100 type shit. Yes, you were there, Moonchi. You were there. Rain, you spelled it wrong. Yeah, no, that's back in the day. This is where people, the color-coded mystery, this will give a depiction for how far back it goes. This was the mystery. No, OG was who is it? Okay, don't even get me started on that one. You do have the color-coded role. That mystery was where people learned the names of the clones. That's how far back that mystery goes. I don't think you're... No. The color-coded mystery, I think, happened with, like, 50 people. This was pre-Utopia. Like, pre-Utopia prototype. What was the one of the first? What? I was in color-coded? Yeah, you were in color-coded. Yeah. That was the first mystery on the Oriverse server. Oh, sorry.
I remember me and Smexy got Eretsuki's name at the same time.
I mixed up the names. That wasn't the name of that one. Color Coded was the one after. I apologize. Nope. Oh goodness, what was the name of it? What was that? What was the name of that? No, Revelations wasn't. Revelations wasn't the name. Wait, what's Revelations? No. Revelations was the times. Hold on. No, Color Coded was the most recent mystery. I'm sorry. Oh, did it not have a name?
The best mystery is the company. I will not elaborate further.
No, not Color Coded. Yeah, no, not Color Coded. I'm so sorry. I completely lied to you. Oh my goodness, what is the name of it? Did it have a name? Was this before mysteries had names? Oh my god, is there not a role for this? Looking. Huh, no, there's not a name for it, actually. Funny. Alright, I lied, chat. Yes, the first Oriverse mystery is a bunch of question marks, that's right. Company was a fun mini mystery. I enjoyed that one. No, it did not have a name, you're right. The Who Is It event predated the Oriverse server entirely. Ones that people send you when you join the server and leveling up is what I mean, because those don't really sound like what you said. Correct. Those were a very hyper-specific instance and were detailing a very hyper-specific time. That I don't think has ever been fleshed out. Again, so much so that I don't think that I could actually give any details to it. You were there for the Who Is It event, but didn't participate. That is correct. I remember that. Chat, the Who Is It event took place on the Firekeeper server. So that one's a ways back. That one's like OG. That was pre-first 100. They're irrelevant, not to anything that you need to know nowadays. Not to any modern lore, I would say. I think it's a fun little tidbit that adds context to a very specific character. There's a Hyperion Core kind of sort of involved in the company, wasn't there? Not really. Yeah, maybe very tangentially. Who is the character? Who knows? Could be anybody, chat. Hey, we should format our messages like emails. 8 hours of chaos. Okay, everyone gets one puzzle coin. Oh man, I missed that day. I miss that so much. god, the company was so funny. The company was so fucking hilarious, chat. I love that shit so much. Why did you get auto-modded?
The emails
I have
was
no
so
idea.
funny.
I love the emails so much. I miss the emails. It was so hilarious, dude.
At Reichset 404 we sacrificed Ty for that puzzle coin.
Dear Mr. Doncherley, thank you for your streams. Intern, Cantus Cantaroon, I appreciate the hell out of you. Should we do more emails? We're starting something, chat. This can only go well. Wasn't Mr. almost exactly a year ago? It was either Revelations or Color Coded. I think that was Revelations. Revelations was the one where the question that you were trying to answer was, when did the clones, right? The question was, when did the clones enter their respective timelines? People are getting auto-modded? I can't see Twitch right now. I mean, I can see chat, but I can't see auto mods. So
Color-coded
moderator's
was
gonna have to do that.
This year, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, color coded was recent. I was completely mixed up when I said that.
At Oridont, it's Ty Ty.
Ty. Oh, interesting. Ty. Oh! Does Twitch think that someone's trying to say titty? Is that what Twitch is thinking here? Twitch auto-modded Ty with a space in the middle. Interesting.
Hee titty.
Wait, does it not auto-mod titty though? Hello, Mr. Downfleet. The company much appreciates your work. Best wishes, Snow Company bot. Oh my goodness, I remember that. Oh my god, I remember that. Well, chat, doesn't this feel like the time to talk about the abstracts? Chat, do we have any questions before we dive back into the absolute clusterfuck that is the abstracts? Sacrifice titty. Actually, I think it probably thinks it's...
No,
oh.
all current theories are wrong.
Okay, cool. All current theories are wrong, chat. Don't worry. No, maintenance does not hate the company, Cantaroon. I know what you're trying to say. It's false. Ty bans his own name
How
occasionally.
Scarce is Icor on Pia?
How scarce is Iker on Pika? What the fuck did I just say? How scarce is Iker on Paya? That might be a puzzle coin question, chat. I'm gonna be honest. My dingular question. Is there like anything in Hyperion aside from the ship? Yes. There's a lot in Hyperion. There is a lot in Hyperion. It's probably, okay, narratively, it is probably one of the most vague timelines, but it is a very abundant timeline. Becoming an eldritch monstrosity that likely exists with the Aether and make a body solely for the building.
Monkey_Pasquire, so what is the deal with Ty?
Don't
he has
say
the XP
exists
stuff
within
named
the
after
Aether.
him,
That's
a
not how
robot
that
version
works.
of him, and now he was sacrificed at some point?
And then spend them, germs. That is definitely a puzzle coin question, I would say. I have interest in Hyperion specifically for reasons. Yes, Dino. I actually have things I can't talk about, unfortunately. It's an abundant timeline. Mr. Doncherley, thank you for this informational live stream. Please expect follow-up questions. Sky, customer question mark service. I have knowledge of the answer to the puzzle coin question. That's weird. Interesting. Rain, is that a puzzle coin question? Am I wrong? Has that been publicly stated already? Is there any questions outside of that? I'm gonna wait for Rain to respond, assuming that Rain is here. Answer about what? Hopefully Rain is here. If Rain is here, I'm gonna wait for Rain to respond to see if that is a puzzle coin question. I might have said it out loud at some point. Rain, is how scarce is Iker on Paya? Is that something that is public? Is that a puzzle coin question or is that public? No, I feel like that's actually a very easy to figure out question. I don't think that's a puzzle coin question. Not really what? Not really public or not really a puzzle coin question? It's in between. I'll talk about
got a bit.
Dear Hall, this is your semi-occasional self-care email. Be nice to yourselves. Refusal is not an option. Dino, the company plushie. This is so cute. Thank you for the hug. I will answer it swiftly because you can absolutely do the math for this. How scarce is Iker on Paya? It's not. It's not scarce, chat. I'm sure you guys can do the math. We're just gonna move on past the connection between Dino and Puzzle Coin stuff and Hyperion. What did you do, plush person? Lamau. Are there other places beside Uto and Paya which are also planets in the lore? Depending on your timeline. In Utopia, not of extreme significance. There's an example I could give is Oxtane. But Oxtane has never been visited, no one's ever gone to it. And there's no pertinence anywhere outside of Paya and Uto. In Hyperion, entire galaxies are pertinent. You're being scarce on Paya is like Frankie not being hot, simply impossible. Dino gets it. My question was about the deal with Ty. He has the XP stuff named after him, a robot version of him, and how he was sacrificed at some point. Yes, those are unfortunately all kind of separate instances of each other, and that's where a lot of the Ty lore gets kind of confusing. What is Oxtane? You don't know what Oxtane is? I'm so surprised. Actually, is Oxtane an obscure subject? Do people not know what Oxtane is? Chat, how many people know what Oxtane is? I'm so intrigued, actually. Hold on, have I not talked about this? Tybot is an interesting phenomenon. So the Tybot in the company is an abstract, which is something that we're going to get into. That is to say, if something happens in the basement, it borderline doesn't matter. It is canon, but not in any way that would pertain to any of the timelines that you guys should care about, right? Tybot was also a character in the Hyperion timeline. Allegedly. I'm giving, what's it called? The ability to disbelieve, if you wish. But Tybot was allegedly a character in the Hyperion timeline. Not a clue what Oxtane is? Interesting. No, Eco. That sounds like a stimulant that makes Oxtide grow faster. No. Do people not know what Oxtane is? That's wild. That's crazy. Oh my goodness.
I thought Tybot was from the Utopian timeline.
Let me think about this for a second. No. No, Tybot is not from the Utopia timeline. He's allegedly in one of the short stories. This stream is my crash course. Hold on a second. I need to look something up. I feel like Oxtane might be in a public space where people can just look at it, but am I wrong? Is it not? Oh my gorshness. Hold on. Am I crazy? Yep, no, it's in a public space, chat. You could, any one of you could find it right now. That's so funny that people don't know what Oxtane is. It's not an exciting answer. Let me say this. It's not like some like crazy epiphany answer. It's a very basic answer. However, I just find it funny that people don't know what it is. Why do I have warnings that my name is being mentioned? Ty, is that why you do that? There's at least 3 Moonchies in the basement, 4 if we count the company fiche, which is a very funny to me. Yes. You don't exist in the basement all, only the message I sent in the spreadsheets I made? Interesting that you think that. Oh, Rix, did you find it?
Probably Mars.
No, it is not Mars. Why are you being mentioned? I wasn't mentioning Ty Guy, I was mentioning Tybot, which probably doesn't exist, probably. And all of the allegation towards a Tybot showing up in some kind of story, which obviously never happened, right, Ty? Fine, hold Voss now with the answer to that question. There's a moonshee in fish form. I don't know what in the blue room of the floor. Someone that's fake moonshee that misleads people. Last company fish. Apparently, Voltaic isn't special enough. Satch.
Wasn't
Incorrect.
Tybot created by Themis?
Who said that? That's an interesting question I cannot answer. Oxane is a habitable planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. Not quite. You are very on the trail, but there's one word in that is incorrect, Sky. Okay, apparently the Oxus race originated from Oxtane, but someone sneezed and it flew up. There you go. Oxtane is alleged. Oxtane has never been proven, but it is allegedly a part of Utopia's equivalent of the Andromeda Galaxy, the Nelia Galaxy. Oh my goodness, Jilly Bean, holy hell.
12 viewers.
Hello, welcome in. Holy heck, it's you guys. Welcome in. What are you guys doing? How are you? How was stream? Tell me all about it. Moderators, can I get a shout out for Jelly Bean real quick? Thank you so much. How is everybody? Let me add some time to that timer for you. Thank you. How was stream? Tell me all about it. Tell me your favorite part. Guys, can we please let the timer go below 80? You're scaring me. Thank you so much for the shout out. Guys, go follow Jelly Bean if you're not already. Check her out. She is absolutely amazing. Look, here's a clip.
Okay, I scrubbed the YouTube video. Tybot should theoretically originate from Utopia, no?
Where's her? Oh my god, 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all
We have a lot to talk about if that's the case. I don't think I know enough to answer this question, unfortunately, Ty. Oxane is an alleged planet. No one's ever been there. Oh my goodness, Jelly Bean, that was crazy.
Fucking.
Time doesn't matter anymore. Subathon is eternal. Kill me. Is Ori done the yap already? We have more. I'm doing some last second questions. Taking a little bit of a break before I get into the true nittiest of gritties. She was great. Lots of 2v8 Dead by Deadlight games and very chaotic. Yo, that's cool as fuck. I love that so much. I hope you had fun. I hope you won. You should win a lot. I hope you won a lot. Jelly Bean, this is an absolute nerd yap. This is a mega yap session that we're having today about a bunch of nerd topics that probably won't make sense without asking a lot of questions. I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for being here. We're talking about Myramyth lore. The Digital League got bullied by a screamer and Repo. I love this so much. That was discussed before, we're done. If the person who made Tybot is from Utopian timeline, then Tybot is also from that same timeline. Interesting. I have questions. About that, but we can figure that out later. One more question. What do you mean by magic and Hyperion being technological? Is it just Calculus 501? Essentially, yeah. So what you know about the Aetherveil Dino, it's not treated as like some kind of spellcraft, right? Like they built infrastructure around the Aetherveil instead of like going, ooh, I'm a wizard and I cast magical spells. They build mana batteries it's not clarified as mana anymore, but they basically build these Aether Sonic batteries that just utilize the Aetherveil technologically. The entire Myramyth lore in 5 hours. There's actually, honestly, the basics of the Myramyth lore is only up to like 3 hours. Rain, if you're gonna edit this video, you could basically chop the last 2 hours off. This is all extremities at this point. Like, this is stuff that you might want to know, but if you're new to the game, this is probably going to get very complicated. Minds me, what exactly is the deal with wordless having magic be taboo? That's predominantly, I think that's more of a social thing than it is really a physical thing. What people know in Worldless is that a lot of people have died or been horribly malformed due to sludge. Magic, I think, was just kind of intrinsically tied to that because of the number of people who found power from sludge. Sludge is a very empowering source, but it is a very corrupting source. Don't take my word for that. It's not really as cut and dry as that, but that's kind of the TLDR behind it. This part is literally for the nerds in the back. The nerds in the back, yeah. Now let's get the good stuff. Why does Ori find Thunderbirds attractive? More at 9. Smash. Next question. What's your question, Forager? If you're new to the game, or I'm used to the things being complicated, I have no idea. I'm more how I'm more knowledgeable in the compass than you when you built the motherfucker. I mean, I like to play jokes. Are you more knowledgeable than me? I think that might be a bad
I'm
thing.
glad of being part of the nerds on the back.
Yes, absolutely.
Sudden fear I'm not enough in the back for this nerd stuff.
Ashton has overthrown me. Does this bird folk lore fit? Do I need to rewrite parts of it? I don't know, Forager. I have not looked at it yet. I unfortunately have not had the time to look it over. I have no clue, but I bet you that Rain could answer it if Rain's seen it.
Ori, you sent reactions to IT.
Yes. Talking about cereal, goddammit. You are free to DM me on the matter, I suppose. It shouldn't matter, however, because it is not relevant, just like the leveling lore that I take no credit or acclaim for, and anything else that might be attached to my name. Interesting. Duly noted. Rain said he didn't notice anything wrong with it, then you are golden. Rain is generally undisputed, yes. More often than not. That's usually what Rain does, is be undisputed. As nerdy as this group of the kid who plays video games in class, I fucking love this. Love you, Ty! Okay. Any more questions before we get into some fuck-assery? Your AG tested character was canon? What? What? I have a couple adjustments to make, like the difference between half-blood and pure-blood bird folk. Interesting. What do you let Ty has plausible deniability and then turn around and claim that he's the main character when I clearly am not? I don't know what you're talking about. I've never done such a thing, Sky. No, give me the fuck-assery? Okay. Enough to be called a nerd, but I don't add to the pot, said the GM of Paya's Redemption. Definitely nothing added to the pot. Who is this Themis that TTS mentioned? There's a place to figure that out, and... Okay, I'm gonna be dead ass with you, chat. I don't think I'm even gonna call this a puzzle coin question because I don't think I could answer this well enough and accurately enough to give you a correct answer on this. So I'm gonna say that they are a character that exists that I don't know enough about to proclaim. We should do that lore building exercise again sometime.
I think Sherb has added to the pot more than I have.
You guys are so silly goofy. You are not a nerd and have not added to the pot, says company intern, double water heater, lava, something, coffee. I believe you! I'm sorry, Cancerun, but if I remember correctly, you're a Beyonder. You don't get an out on this. We redeem a question in order to force you to read the bird folk lore and confirm whether it works. Yeah, I'm down for that. I think that's a fair bout. Too much in the pot. People need to start stealing from the pot. Very silly goofy. Okay, chat. I'm going to go into the next subject, which is going to be important characters in other timelines. This is going to be exceptionally brief. And then we're going to get into the absolute fucky wampus that is the abstracts. Prepare.
I wish we would have
your
spoken
butts.
about Atlas. I was ready to help the yap.
We can talk about Atlas if we want. We're
All
now
right,
in the
time to
extras.
start note-taking again, oh boy.
Can we flip that order? You guys want to flip the order? Abstracts first? I'm just going to talk really fast about this other thing. Okay. Important people in other timelines. I'm going to reference these people and kind of what functions they've served up to this point. And kind of why they matter. And answer questions about them, and then I'll get quickly into the abstracts. Okay. Revelations, the red timeline, S-X.0.0. We have Max. Max is kind of the quote-unquote protagonist
Plushy, dash.
of the Revelations short stories, the red short stories. He is somebody who can see into the Go-Y and the Cohere simultaneously. That is a problem, and it's whack. You have the Weasel, which is Tori's Weasel, which is a part of a cycle. Okay, chat, I'm gonna leave you with a very small and extremely niche hint. Do you know what a cycle is in MTG? If you do, that's kind of what the Weasel is. Anyways, other important characters are Demi, Azzy, Olivia, Vi, and Connie. Those are 5 characters that have been mentioned very briefly in Revelations.
More cat ears.
And wow! Their placement and reasoning in Revelations has not been stated. Okay? In Perfection, the only important character that we haven't touched on is the Waiter. Of course, there's obviously Perfection, and each one of these timelines has a clone in it generically. But you have the Waiter. The Waiter is an odd species that I don't think has ever really been touched on. If you've read the Perfection short story, you'll probably know what I'm talking about, but the Waiter is likely the last of his species. Like, there is not another... The Waiter is basically the name of the person and the species at this point because no others exist. Anyways, Hyperion, you have the Warden. At least one person better know who the Warden is. Because a lot of you people care a lot about what the Warden has done, probably without quite knowing who the Warden is. I'm gonna repeat the Revelations ones real quick just because I was asked to. Demi...
Warden is ABT the basement. I think I know who the Warden is. Due to circumstance.
Sky's on the right track. In Revelations, the important characters I listed
Warden the
off
basement
were
dweller.
Demi, Azzy, Olivia, Vi, and Connie. You guys have heard this name before. At least some of you have. You have heard those names before. Anyways, back to Hyperion. This is the orange timeline where Oribot is. The Warden is not just a basement dweller. The Warden has more connotation than just a basement dweller, quote unquote. I'm not gonna go too deep into what that means. If you know what the control room is, you might have access to figuring this out, but we'll get into that some other time, I'm sure. Dystopia, this is the purple timeline, and this is Arisuki's timeline. We have Surreal, Dystopian Alex. When I say Alex, I mean Alex Plot. This is another short stories reference. If you've seen the short stories, you know that there are a lot of Alex Plots native to a lot of different timelines. This is generally true for people who were born or around in Primordium, the first timeline. If they were around during that time, chances are they got replicated to every timeline. Alex is Primordium, you could probably gather from reading the short stories.
Though they're not as important.
Everything reeks of plot.
At Renice Fallon IT does.
Dystopian Alex Plot is somebody who has a decent number of lines, not lines, but has a presence in the Dystopia short story series. And of course you have The Witness, which has not been touched on very much at all, I don't think. Wordless, the yellow timeline, or Oliver's timeline, has Wendy. A lot of you know who Wendy is. Wendy's name is based on the creature that she is based on. Some people don't like when I say the full name of that creature, so I won't here, but you can probably figure out what the name of this creature is. There's only 2 more letters to add.
There are book characters in Dystopia too, Ori. They're important, sort of.
Are you sure with that phrase on it? What phrase? Everything reeks of plot. That's so funny. And then you have Duke and Alexis. Those are probably pretty obscure right now, but Duke and Alexis are important characters in Worldless for reasons that will probably matter later. And then finally, we have Utopia, the blue timeline, the one that the tabletop RPG is based on, and Orion's timeline. You have Victor, the rest of the Quatrains, so Victor Quatrin and the other Quatrins, including Dawn Quatrin, Fawn Quatrin, Zon Quatrin, and Thon Quatrin. These are basically... TLDR, Quatrin is a huge name in the Utopia line. Quatrains in modern Utopia kind of run a lot of different places. Shiet that I was talking about earlier, that I said historically I don't have a lot to say, Dawn Quatrin is the militant leader of Shiet. She's kind of a big head honcho in a lot of places, and she's a very well-known person. Fawn Quatrin is similar in the realm of Etheria. Most mages will know Fawn's name in the modern day. Zon is a spearhead in the Stormcatchers in modern Utopia. Thon Quatrin is kind of a weird topic. But TLDR, Thon Quatrin is one of the most powerful innovators on Utopia. So the Quatrins generally hold very, very large titles. The writer is a part of Utopia, also a short story character. Some of you will know who the writer is.
What are the Stormcatchers again?
The Stormcatchers are an interplanetary task force in the Utopian timeline. Okay, for the Quatrins, you have Victor Quatrin, and then later down the line, you have Dawn Quatrin, D-A-W-N, Fawn Quatrin, F-A-U-N, Zon Quatrin, X-O-N, and Thon Quatrin, T-H-A-W-N. And then, of course, you have the entire Paya's Redemption and Paya's Return cast. That's the Paya's Redemption cast right there. That's the campaign that we play on Monday. That's probably about what you need to know for the Utopia timeline. There's kind of an interesting thing that has happened when it comes to Paya's Redemption and Paya's Return that you guys could probably figure out pretty easily. I guess it's not completely set in stone. Interesting stuff.
Where's Juan Quatron?
The Quatrin Victor Quatrin has 4 Quattro other Quatrins he knows of. Kinda. In a way. In a weird fashion.
OLP.
Utopia is a very dense timeline just because of the sheer concentration of absolutes within it. Yes. Let me tell you. Yes, you are correct. Casually, Sky. Casually. Whoops. That is all of the important characters I wanted to briefly go over. If you guys have any questions about that, feel free to ask. This is where we get into the mathy nerd shit.
At monkey_pasquire kinda yet.
I think it was inferred. I don't know if it was confirmed, Rain and Moonshi. I don't know if that was ever publicly, truly confirmed explicitly. What rarity is the Thon World Ender? Higher than what's ever been printed. If I redeem a question, will you go over bird lore on stream right at end? How many pages is bird lore, Forager? Yo, congrats, Vortex. Let's go. Did I say it one time? Maybe I did. Revolution item? Yeah. Yes, absolutely revolution item. And let me say, that was an early invention. It's like a page and a half. Yeah, I'm down. Okay. Chat, any more questions about important characters before we move on? Forager, I will say, if I read this on stream, this is going to be denoted as something that you wrote of questionable plausibility. As it stays in private, it has the ability to not be that. Once it's not private, it is something that you wrote with plausible circumstance. Far from confirmed at that point. I'm just giving you that heads up, and if you want to continue, I will. Oh no, goodbye Galaxy for 10 seconds. Sky is a silly goober. Sky is silly goofy.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna grab a snack real quick, chat. Okay. Let me go over the abstracts real quick, because I feel like this is going to generate some questions. Let's go over the abstracts real quick, and then I'll go grab a snack, so you guys can build some questions up while I'm gone. So, the abstracts are a little bit wonky. Oh, whoops. Take that out of here. We don't need that no more. So the abstracts, as you can probably see, are at the bottom. The abstracts are a handful of things, and none of it makes sense, in my opinion. The abstracts are not my domain. No, I shouldn't. Should I? No, I shouldn't. Should I? Okay, I'm not gonna. But the abstracts are what I have previously proclaimed as demi-dimensions. When it comes to whether or not the abstracts are segregated by the Myramyth, so for instance, as I've said, when a timeline splits, there becomes, if you have one line that splits into two, you now have two separate aethers that are independent of each other, right? Whether or not that is true for the abstracts, I am not 100% positive, and I think the truthful answer is that it depends. An example of an abstract that many people have heard of is the Wayward. The Wayward is kind of like the Feywild of utopian lore, and more so Myramyth lore. There's also the Basement, which is an abstract. There is the Sandbox, which is a very niche and extremely important abstract. There's a funny one that I feel like very few people are gonna know, and I know Moonshi's gonna call this out. McCoy Pond is an example of an abstract. Yeah. So, the abstracts serve a very important purpose that makes them really difficult. The abstracts have virtually no limitation and virtually no impact on anything around them, right? The abstracts can kind of do whatever they want. The sandbox, the voltaic dimension, be careful, it might become real if you're not careful, voltaic. It seemed like a case by case in terms of whether or not they're split by cruxes, key example being the Basement. Yes, and the reason why, this is kind of a gross simplification, but how much impact an abstract has on anywhere other than the abstract is based on how close it is to the sandbox. So the sandbox is basically the abstract of all abstracts. It is a quote-unquote negative dimension, not dimension. It is a negative world where you can do literally anything. If you were to be in the sandbox for some reason, which you're not, if you were to be in the sandbox for some ungodly reason, then you would be able to do
Basement
anything.
time.
You would be able to do whatever you want. You could generate and design anything that you want. What does this matter? It kind of doesn't, but it matters tangentially. The sandbox is an infinite possibility. Just imagine it and it's already real. Abstract. Now, every abstract beyond the sandbox fits somewhere between the commons and the sandbox. The closer that it is to the commons, the closer it is to becoming a plane. This is what dictates and what the fundamental difference is between an abstract and a plane is that as the more physical rules that it has, the more laws that it abides by, the less abstract that it is. And the abstract are how planes are generally created, quote unquote, is by pulling an abstract up into the planes, by producing enough laws that it abides by at least some number of laws of physics that the commons abide by. Once it reaches that threshold, an abstract becomes a plane. So that's why the Wayward is the Wayward, yes. For lack of a better term. What happens if you try to open a portal or something to the sandbox from the center? It wouldn't work. The sandbox is not somewhere that you can just go. Much like the Basement. The Basement is a good example of something that is a lot closer to the abstract, right? Rather than going to the Basement, rather you are replicated in the Basement. When a character does something in the Basement is kind of a conglomerate of all of the narrative happenings of Myramyth all in one place, right? Those characters aren't in the Basement. They are presumably replicated in the Basement and sent to interact with each other as they so wish. It is basically the Omnisoul's playground, right? That's what the Basement is, for lack of a better term. So you can't just go to the basement. And in a similar vein, you can't just go to the sandbox. At best, you could be replicated in the sandbox in some function that I do not fully understand because abstractions make my brain hurt.
Is there a way to open any sort of breach into the sandbox if you were in an abstract then?
If you did, there would be a big problem. Is there a way, and how does one make an abstract its own named dimension rather than a demi-dimension? It would not become a dimension, it would become a plane, which I know is why we don't use the term demi-dimension anymore, because it's kind of hard to piece together. Demi-dimensions are kind of the blanket term for the abstracts. The abstracts is a dimension. The abstracts within it, or the quote-unquote demi-dimensions, like the wayward, are not dimensions. They are abstracts, and they turn into planes, not dimensions. It's very pedantic that I clarify that, but it's kind of important that I clarify it, because they function very differently. But with that in mind, make an abstract its own named plane rather than a demi-dimension? Not very easily. Like I said, you have to take an abstract and produce law, right? So you have to create a number of viable laws that could make it... Abstracts by nature are very whatever you want them to be, right? Like, you just kind of generate stuff out of nothing. As you restrict that from an abstract, right? As you restrict an abstract, it becomes more and more tangible, I will say. It will become less abstract and more common. Once it reaches a minimum threshold of law, and when I say law, I mean like laws of physics. The abstracts don't abide by the laws of physics because they are a vacuum-packed existence,
At Diamond
right?
Gadino plushie, you can probably take laws from other planes.
That was a wild question, Sage. We'll get into that at one point. As you force an abstract to abide by more and more laws, and again, I mean like laws of physics, it will slowly navigate closer and closer to the commons. Once it meets a minimum threshold of law, it will turn into a parallel plane. Or if you could create a hexathon that would connect to the abstract, to the sandbox, to the commons, that would be funny. Think though, so much chaos. That is... that would be bad. Okay. An example of an abstract that is probably the most middle ground is the wayward. The wayward has some laws. However, it has a lot of non-laws. You can kind of do whatever you want in the wayward if you know how to. This is one of the reasons why the Fae capitalized on it so much. They capitalized on the wayward because it was in a really weird liminal space that they were able to abuse and use very, very successfully. McCoy Pond is another example of a not quite to the wayward's level, but it's closer to the commons than something like the basement. It has some laws, but not a ton. However, it's connected enough to at least have some level of impact on the commons. How many parallel planes are there even on average? I honestly don't know, actually. Tried editing down the lore for chat, but I cannot as it cuts too much fun stuff. Thus, I'm going to redeem questions after stream. Be ready to read about birds after stream instead of on stream. Okay, fair enough. So is the wayward legitimately visitable, or it's replicated in the wayward? No. The wayward is visitable in a weird way. Most abstracts that I can think of, your body will not travel to. However, in some cases, your soul can travel to an abstract. Which means that there is some amount of fringe case that you can develop via going to the abstracts, but it shouldn't have any physical effect on you. The way that the wayward functions is that you can take your soul there. This is kind of coincidentally one of the reasons why Fae are blue and green, because they can power their soul through an abstract where you can basically do whatever you want. Imagine being able to gain XP without modifying the commons. This is probably why the Fae are as powerful as they are, but I don't know. I don't know anything. McCoy Pond is also kind of similar to that. What's up, Dino? Thing, you say? Oh my god, Galaxy. Holy hell. Yes, you are absolutely able to hold on to that. Congratulations on your free tier 2 sub from the mystery box. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit, dude. Congratulations. Are just soul blasting. They were for a long time. The Wayward has gained more and more law as time has gone on and has become less and less capable of doing that thing. McCoy Pond is still in that lower breach. McCoy Pond is still closer to the abstracts. However, you can still travel via soul to McCoy Pond, kind of similar of how the Wayward used to be. So does plane crafting necessitate going through the abstracts? Kind of. Honestly, if I were to be dead honest with you, I don't know a method to bring something from the sandbox, or that's close to the sandbox, towards the commons in the first place. Because if there's an abstract that you cannot naturally bring your soul to in some way, I don't know how to even breach that barrier, right? There's a few examples, and I don't know how to start it. So I don't know. Mechanically, I don't have a method of that happening. I just know that it has happened at some point. So either it's natural or something far beyond me has done it. May I visit McCoy Pond, please? If you did, it would probably be a problem. That was okay.
Well, the primordial dragons made planes, so like...
Yes, and chances are they were using something that was already there. Were they? Oh no, hold on a second. Yeah, no, I guess it had to happen some way. They had some way to leverage that. God, I have no fucking idea how. Jesus Christ. Can be done without the abstracts. One must simply take a place with laws and start deleting them until they're out of laws. Boom sandbox. Not boom sandbox, but boom abstract potentially. There's also a way to fissure a plane. The trader has done that in one specific instance, and it's why the go, why, and the co here exist. Would it be a problem? I was, or still am, a member of McCoy Pond. So, it wouldn't be a problem, or I guess not anymore, I should say. The Who Is It event was the big thing that was detailing McCoy Pond. And again, the Who Is It event predates, the Oriverse server, right? So this is far back. Yes, you can't snap a plane in half. Again, I still don't know what the mechanics of that would be, or what it takes to drag something from the sandbox to the commons. Likely what I would say is you would have something that's similar in effect to a mirror, but does the opposite, right? You need some way to peer into the sandbox from the commons. And what that would take, I have no goddamn idea. I feared for what the hell is happening to the Wayward. Not gonna lie. I do too, Sky. If you have 0 laws, that's sandbox. Yes. Okay, that's fair. If you strip it of all laws, you would have sandbox. That is correct. I understand where you're coming from. Oh, I guess, yeah, that means that a plane can also fall to abstraction as well. That's fucking terrifying. Huh. Oh, fuck, that is abusable, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I have to think about that now. Oh my goodness, there's so much going on there. So it can just spawn planes in freely, though? Yes, that was one thing I was gonna say. Okay. I kind of gleamed over this. There is one instance that I know of where an entity mechanically pulled something out of the sandbox and turn it into a non-sandbox abstract, and God forbid it be the one thing that can do everything else. Yep. Chat, it was the Omnisoul. The Omnisoul created the basement. Kind of. Actually, oh fuck. No! The Omnisoul didn't make the basement, actually. Oh no, it's super possible. Oh fuck. Huh. No, I guess it is possible, chat. It's been done several times. My bad. On scale of infinity, large plane system, a choice of words. That's fair. Hey, remind me to shatter a plane and write it down to the sandbox. One law of physics at a time. Gotta happen eventually. One day. I am having a minor aneurysm. Abstracts are something that I don't fully understand. But are kind of a... are something that I feel like are a necessity. Like, they're required to make sense, but they're so hard to make sense of, in my opinion. And chat, I have a really funny thing to tell you that either Rain or Ashton is gonna kill me if I explain. So please, walk me off this ledge and don't make me explain it. Tell me all the reasons why I shouldn't. And while you do that, I'm gonna go make some ramen, because I'm hungry. Sky, that's not walking me off a ledge. Ashton, you're supposed... Okay. I'm gonna go make some ramen.
Ashton is cocking the gun. I won't hurt you, Ori. LORE. At Ashton PYR, what is lore? Ash, don't hurt Ori, hurt Ori no more.
All right, chat. I'm gonna describe the thing that I feel like I'm gonna get murdered for. Wait, have I talked about this before? I have. I'm pretty sure I have talked about this before. I'm gonna see how many people remember what I mean by this. Hopefully this potentially makes more sense this way. We're gonna find out. I don't know if it's going to, but we're gonna see if we can make sense of this. And how many super nerds in this community can figure out what I am trying to say here. Go like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like, can I do this manually? Let's do like, they're not gonna let me. Fine. I guess we'll just go like this. I feel like I've talked about this before. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Okay. Let me make this slightly prettier, maybe? Wasn't exactly what I was going for, but whatever. I don't think it matters too much. It serves its purpose. That did a lot worse than I meant for it to, but hopefully somebody gets the point. Ashton figured it out very quickly. I just dropped over my printer. You all did? Okay. I wasn't paying attention to chat, so congratulations, you're an absolute nerd. That's actually fair. That wasn't really the point I was trying to get across. I wasn't sure how
I
quickly...
literally went, oh no, the perspective coil.
That's crazy. Okay. Well, okay. More so what I was referring to is why it's here. And kind of part of my thought process behind this, and the reason why I say I'm probably gonna get killed by this, is because this is not something that is by far, and I'm realizing I may have talked about this at one point. I don't think I've talked about this, but maybe I've talked about this on stream, but this is extremely... Yeah, go for it, Sherps. Oh, I don't know, it might pop up. Hold on, no, it might pop up. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. I don't know, Dino, but maybe? This is an extremely unproven philosophy that was just kind of a funny little analog that I had kind of figured out partway through this. And I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it means, chat. You decide. This is a transaction. Like what that means right there, I think is beyond what I know how to explain. I will do my best. Okay, send me a DM. Maybe Dino can explain it better, honestly. Chat, I made ramen and then wished I made a sandwich. There's a topic that I didn't go super over, and I think this is one of the very mechanically heavy topics. And this is where we start to introduce the compass. This is where we have the nerdism overlapping, where you have the lore mechanical information overlap with the nerd compass information, and begin to like start touching knees to each other, right? This is where the compass kind of begins to smash into itself. Oh, Rain didn't see any of this. Perfect. Anyways, chat, what were we talking about? Something completely different, I'm sure. Okay, no, but in all seriousness, one of the things that...
Second Ori of the day.
Second Ori of the day. We're like 4 hours in. We've only gotten 2, chat. That means we're doing good, I think. Metacoil trademark. So the idea behind the compass and the way that it interacts with the narrative is basically you can color a soul, right? Like the souls of the Aether, and I don't mean this like relatively, I mean this very mechanically, right? The compass is an infringement or basically denotes the personality of a soul. Right? When we talk about the information that is stored within the core essence, we're talking about in some formation that I do not fully understand, the way that the compass interacts with the core essence.
At Rainey's Falling Spill Oridonize.
So... one of the things that is interesting to me, if nothing else, I'm gonna put a very light analogy here. And the reason why, Rain, this is what I showed. Which obviously doesn't mean anything, don't take it seriously. Just wanting to strangle him? No need. I know exactly what I'm doing. You might want to stop watching anyways.
Now that's kind of fair TBH.
What? What's fair? The strangling or what I just showed? Did I get my hopes up for nothing? Is it like whenever I'm like scared that something's gonna happen, Rain's like, nah, you're fine. And then when I'm not scared that anything's gonna happen, Rain's like, what I've noticed is that the abstracts, okay. This comes with a theory about the compass that I don't think that I've publicized before, that is far from proven, but it's just something that I've talked about a little bit. Bat Forager, thank you. That one of the reasons I haven't gone public with it is because I don't know how to explain it, right? But it's the idea that the method of processing information and the difference between orange, purple, and blue, specifically the exos, right? And specifically the way that oranges seemingly struggle to deal with abstraction in the way that blues seem to struggle with, well, I don't know, the precision is not really the correct way to say that, but the way that like logic gates, chat. That's what I'm trying to say. The way that oranges think in logic gates and blues think in abstraction, right? Though what I was saying is that that is how the dimensional reigns work, right? The way that the dimensions are broken up are similar in that fashion. The Myramyth is almost drawn as a logic gate, right? It is extremely fundamentally exact. There is nothing about it that you cannot measure precisely given the correct tools. Abstraction versus hyperspecificity. I think that's a great way to say that. So you have the extremely precise and measurable Myramyth. The Myramyth is completely and utterly measurable. The Aether is kind of this in-between point of measurability, but you also have a bound infinity, right? There are things that cannot be understood, but they all fit into clean boxes in some way or another. The way that absolutes function, the way that all of this functions. Then you have the commons and the abstracts, which are not that. And I don't say that derogatory, I say it in the way that it doesn't make sense to me. And that's the part, because I had to talk to Crow about liminal space, because Schrodinger's box is a concept that still keeps me up at night. Haha, bound infinity. Abstractions versus absolute sounds neat. And that's kind of the interesting thing about the perspective coil. When the perspective coil first came around, there was a talk, Dino, are you okay with me talking about what you sent me? Because this is kind of getting into where the perspective coil actually began. in the coil, doesn't the top connect to the bottom? I don't know. That's where this gets wild, chat. That's where this gets crazy. Okay, originally, the concept behind the perspective coil was level of metacognition. And I want to be very careful when I say this, because humans exist on a very, very similar section, right? Like, you can imagine however high it goes and however low it goes, it is the quote-unquote level of metacognition. However, I don't say it like that anymore because it sounds extremely derogatory, but generally, that's what the perspective coil was originally designed to say, is you have the human layer, and then you have the non-metacognition layer that's below humans, and then you have the hyper-metacognition, whatever's above that, above the perspective coil, right? If you were to take the perspective coil, you could color it orange, purple, and blue on a relative scale, if that makes sense, right? So, like, welcome to Hath Returned. Going to my own project, but it'd be such a derail. Please tell me to shut up. Uh-oh. Don't shut up. God, shut up with the cat ears. Holy fuck. If we were to take humans, the way that I see it, right? Well, let's get off of this page real quick. If we were to take humans, if you were to imagine the perspective coil being, I don't know, let's say it's this long, right? And this is 1,000 revolutions or winds or whatever you call it, you know, the number of times that it folds in on itself like a spring does, right? It's 1,000 of those. Humans would take up 3 of them, right? That is as I'm sure Ashton would know, and many, many others would know, you have the, oh goodness. This is in the wrong order. No, it should go like this and end here. At least in my initial interpretation of it. Essentially, there are 4 copies of the exo side of the compass. I'm sorry, not 4. 3 copies of the exo side of the compass, if you will. In the human perspective coil, right? But it goes so much further than that. So that is to say, 3 rungs on the perspective coil would be where humans persist. However, if you were to zoom out, you could also draw the perspective coil like this. Right? Even though humans are only like right here. They're this little section right here. They're very, very, very small portion of the perspective coil. Or maybe humans are here. I don't know. It depends on where your relative scale is. The interesting thing that gets into this to me is the time that Crow asked, doesn't the perspective coil roll back into itself, right? Isn't the perspective coil something that's supposed to loop on both ends? And if so, if it does, and the perspective coil goes like this, the problem... Okay, let me say this actually. If we were to imagine the perspective coil like this, let's say that we're up in this orange section right here, right? Then that would mean that if we could put the perspective coil here, where the abstract becomes more blue and the Myramyth becomes more orange, and you were able to lace the perspective coil over that, then that means that the narrative is somewhere on this list. Let's say it's right here, right? This is the narrative right here, and this is humans.
At the Forager 56 new.
If it wraps back into itself, you guys decide what that means. If like it goes, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. This is getting far beyond me, I guess? I don't think the coil loops, it just makes sense for it to. It's going infinitely in both directions, just works better. I don't know how to articulate it. And maybe it doesn't. But that was one of the early interpretations of the perspective coil. But hypothetically,
You can literally graph the Myramyth. How would it be blue?
this is within the argument, or the side of the argument that states that the narrative is arbitrarily, or not arbitrarily, rather objectively more abstract than us, right? This is a coil of abstraction. If each coil leads to it is blue the next, and the coil is straight up. Yes, correct. This is kind of a running theory, and this is one of those things that I said, this is very unconfirmed territory, but this is kind of the nature of it. Characters within the Myramyth would essentially have a bluer version of orange, purple, and blue because their perspective is smaller than ours, being in the narrative. That is what that would mean. It would basically mean that I guess that it's actually very innately what that means. In physicality, that makes sense. Okay. Let me see if I can re-explain this in a way. Okay. One of the things in the compass
At
is...
Ashton PYR. No, not Dr. Ashton, Professor of Compass Studies.
One of the things in the compass is called scope, right? And one of the things about scope is that based on what perspective you have, and I mean specifically perspective, depicts the width of your scope. It also depicts the depth of your scope, but I'm going to ignore that for right now because I don't think it pertains to this yet. So, blues have the narrowest scope. They also have the deepest scope, but again, I'm going to ignore that for right now. To say that all narrative characters are a bluer version of us, to me, or what's kind of facilitating this debate, is to say that their scope will always fit within ours, because they have to. Our narrative characters cannot have a wider scope than us, because we generate them. So if our scope is like this, then a narrative character cannot exceed this boundary. So characters can be more orange perspective than each other, but they cannot be more orange perspective than you. Create something bigger than yourself? I guess that would be part of the debate then. If you believe that you can, then yes. I think that means the coil itself has two dimensions: scale, planet orange versus galaxy blue, and narrative, characters being less free will than the storytellers. Interesting. No, I can see that. Depends. It depends where on the coil the character is. Interesting. Fairness looking Ori in the eyes. Look at me, I am more purple. This assumes that you, the creator, must know everything that the character knows, which is not true. And that's also fair. But does anything else that the characters know exist? I think that's part of the question, right? And that's the reason for the limitation of scope, right? Assuming, do the characters know things beyond what you tell them to know? That is part of the philosophy here, right? And I don't know the answer to that. This is, I guess, is more a food for thought. And like I've said before, this is a completely unfacilitated transaction that I have not ever confirmed nor even decided to make public, just because I thought it was an interesting topic. I'm only bringing it up because I thought it was an interesting topic. Scale is per universe / reality, narratives, meta stuff. Because, like, a divine would naturally outscope someone in reality. If I today started playing one of those clones, they would know more than I do. Okay, now you bring in an interesting topic, Rix. Nope, that's a good point. That is a really good point. That's actually a knee buster, I think, to this topic. Yeah, okay, Rix. No, you're right.
Bennies.
Nothing you don't tell them to know, but the knowledge is abstract. Of course it does, that's why. Well, the abstraction is kind of forcing the subject a little, or is pushing the subject back on the this is true side of things. I don't know. Of course it does, and that's why I asked her how many people who I know more. Mage knows more about magic than I do, so I asked Dino to write a lecture on magic. They would know more detail, you would know wider knowledge, though. That is also true. Scale is tangible, narrative is nigh impossible to look upwards on, with rare exception. Can we have a legit Oriverse University Day or thing? Penis. Thank you for your input. Rix, I have a feeling that you don't like the compass very much. God damn it. I don't know.
At Rix at 404,
I'm
not of the
intrigued by
Myramyth
this concept.
of reality.
This is getting into topics that I don't know how to explain. And I haven't
I mean,
known
I
how to
don't
explain.
know about any of you people, but I don't know how to cast magic.
This is true.
At Rainey's fouling, this could also still be false.
Rix, do you not like the compass? Because of course they know things you don't give them, but that knowledge is immeasurable unless defined. See, immeasurable unless defined makes it more abstract, right? And blue is the abstract side. Or at least in the way that I've interpreted up to this point, the blue side of the perspective coil is the abstract side of the perspective coil. Whereas the hyperspecific side of the perspective coil is the orange side. So the more abstract something gets, the lower they are on the perspective coil. Under that assumption, it is plausible to state that the deeper down into the narrative that you go, the more abstract it gets on the perspective coil. That is to say that your characters have a perspective that is just naturally always going to be bluer than you. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that this was a concept that I considered, and I'm not going to say it's false either, but I mean, I've heard more to see that it's false than that it is true.
At Sage Plot Ori, Rain, Dino, Sky, me.
I think that they can outscope you in comparison to their simulative environment. But a narrative character cannot outscope you in your environment, which I would argue is higher on the perspective coil, right? Like your existence as a person is just so much higher on the perspective coil than theirs is. And they may be able to outscope you in their existence, but that pushes them further down more than up. Because to understand reality on a relative scale is to be higher up on the perspective coil. But the further they depart from us is the further down they go on the perspective scale. I would argue, but this is kind of a quote-unquote Eurocentric or homocentric, I guess you would call it, human-centric methodology. It's kind of putting the Earth in the center of the universe in this case, because we're using ourselves as the center example. Galaxy, that's really funny, because that's... I can't talk about that. Ignore me. Well, that's the thing. Being able to look upwards in the narrative coil would require someone on the level of that knowledge to put it in your mind, while otherwise you cannot do so. Myramyth only can because it made a wormhole between our level and the narrative, and one by the Omni Soul being in the narrative and also being us. Interesting. I understand what you mean, Dino. Dino says, yes, my point is that all characters are below people in reality metacognitively, but in terms of scope size, they can outscale you because size and metacognizance aren't correlated. I understand what you mean by that. I get it. You've answered this before, but why did you tell me, oh so long ago, that being performer subgenius was total opposites? They're not total opposites. I mean, it's a trinity of opposites rather than a duality of opposites, right? But they don't share any pressures with each other, right? That's social versus mental. Which means they share nothing in common. Opposites kind of assumes a duality that's not really there. It's a triality, I guess, if that's a word, or whatever the equivalent word for that is. So essentially the Omnisoul is the wormhole between us and wherever the other end of the NC. Right, can you remove Ty from automod list? It's annoying. I don't even know how to. So why are we bringing personality tests into a topic of metacognizance? That's silly. Interesting. Rix, I am so intrigued. They have less metacognizance than you, but they, by necessity, have a larger scope than you. Interesting. No, that's fair. No, not intrigued with the coil, intrigued with you, Rix. You silly goober. What's that? You can have the ability to teach people? Interesting. We need a video on this, or at least a rewatch of this. I think that I kind of accidentally dove into topics. My notes have ended to here, and I think I dove really headfirst into topics that were not explained by anything earlier in this video. This is getting very heavy into the compass theory, which I think is kind of outside of the natural scale of what this lore bit was intended to divulge.
Ori accidentally going into puzzle coins.
Shh. We are chasing rabbits, absolutely. But halfway through today, I think it was one of the first who actually recognized. Wild goose hunts are fun. They're interesting. There was just something that intrigued me, I guess. I don't know. It's way too far beyond me. This will not be in the edited video. Yes, please don't. I think after about the 3-hour mark, I said this in the video too. I said at around the 3 to 3.5 hour mark, you can probably cut everything after the video. Because that's when I got through everything, all of the topics that were on the page, and I think most of what was arguably important to it. Does that mean that perspective coil is a coiled coil? That was the other interpretation of the perspective coil. That was the other thing that was like, and you can do this forever, right? That's the other interpretation. It was either the perspective coil was a loop, or the perspective coil is in a coil of itself, and then you can coil that, and you can go on forever in both directions in that way. And the coil can still be infinitely up and down and still be that. It just gets really mind-boggling at that point. Imagine taking a spring and bending the... Imagine taking a really, really long spring and then bending it into a spring. Just goes up and down infinitely. Why would it be concentric coils? It's part of the question. I don't know. The perspective coil.
She at the coil may as well be a slide cause I be spiraling deep.
The hardest part about the perspective
Ori,
coil
can you
is
do an outro for the video at some point?
Yes. The perspective coil was kind of designed with the intention of recognizing outside of human cognition. And because of that, it kind of reaches the outer limits of what is actually known. So I don't have answers on the perspective coil most of the time. The only answers that I could have or even generate anything meaningful out of is where a human would be hypothetically on a perspective coil. Everything outside of that is just pure abstraction. Not abstraction, but that was a bad term. But again, outside of my brain. Why is perspective coil so complicated? Because fuck the perspective coil. Small loop is the exo. Such a coil is curved with loops to the next level, each level being higher on the reality, with stories being under where they're told, etc., etc. Concentric coils doesn't work in my head because the coil measure cognition and relative scope size, nothing more, nothing less. Okay. I'm tempted to say what popped into my head, but I feel like this is going to overcomplicate it. So if this feels like it makes it hyper complicated, just ignore me. But I guess one potential instance is you have where you land on the perspective coil cardinally, which would decide the exo, where you are height-wise on that perspective coil, and we're going to imagine that that coil is coiled. Where you land on that is your perspective, which is by nature and by design also where you land cardinally on this
Number
higher
3.
coil. And that other one, in this case, would take place of kind of like your Exo's pistol. Okay, I'm done. My concentric coil is off of someone being godlike and understanding your reality, but no one in the story. Yeah. That. Rain said to stop, and I feel like he's gonna hurt me. So what's the thing about Twitch XP being based on Ty also? Not Twitch XP, specifically the Caravan Command, and not Ty Guy, Ty Bot, hypothetically. But it kind of a separate instance. It plays off of a little bit of a Hyperion lore thing that is probably a little more than we have left in this video. Maybe not completely, but I don't think it's really developed enough to give you too much information on it. Honestly, I have a lot of intentions for Hyperion that I have not gone into yet that will give a lot of gracious context to Hyperion. Unfortunately, for spoiler reasons, I cannot give much about that yet. God's green earth, did you just say to me? Don't worry about it, Dino. I told you to ignore it. Also, when that is called Ty that gives 1k XP. Oh, that was a meme. Ice Hyperion context? Shh. Don't worry about it. Don't you ever worry about it. It is so far down the road that it is not even worth building hype over. What did Coil have to do with comms again? I lost straws. Honestly, it shouldn't have had anything to do with it. Okay. Basically what I was saying. Oh no, I don't know if it's worth going. I don't think I should have barreled into this topic, chat. I think I made a mistake. It is not anything that's genuinely pertinent to anything about Myramyth. This was a pure confusing tangent that I did not have the means to explain. Oh, visualizing Cohen such a coil makes like borderline 0 sense to me. I'm gonna be honest. You are
Not it was
so
lovely.
fair. We're bullying, and Rain's gonna absolutely murder me in my sleep. Tell us everything. I've told you more than everything, and I'm gonna get beat now. I'm adopting it in my theory. Oh no. Oh goodness. We're fine. Don't even worry about it. All right, chat. Coil goes on the iceberg. This is below the iceberg. This is the ocean floor beneath the iceberg, chat. Make this never happen again. I hurt myself in my confusion. God damn it. Rain is upset. All right, now that I told you guys Rain was gonna kill me. I told you Rain was gonna kill me. I never looked back. That's unfortunate. If you're watching this far into the VOD, I'm so sorry. All right, chat. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Oh my goodness, what is this outro gonna be? Chat, you guys are gonna be here to watch me struggle with this. I have to do an outro for the actual video. Or it hurt itself in its confusion. It wasn't very effective. Fuck. Rain, what do I put in this outro? What am I doing for this outro? What exactly am I saying? 9 pages of notes? Holy Jesus fuck. I've opened a can of worms I should not have, chat. I don't know, man. Point to the Discord and thank Lord Wow. Okay.
At Galaxy 3004 I agree.
Thank you so much for joining us on this little trip through the Myramyth lore. I think that this is roughly the at the very least the fundamentals of everything that you would need to know about Myramyth to get indoctrinated to any Myramyth IP. Utopia, S-X, the anthology series, any of the short stories on the website, anything that you need to know. This is really the basis of everything. This is definitely a lot deeper than the fundamentals, but this is all that you would ever really need to know, I would say, to get at least started. If you wanted to join in on a mystery, have a conversation in the Discord, anything like that, this is more than enough. But with that in mind, you can also drop down the links below with the Discord, follow, blah, 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 blah. You can use the links below to find the Discord, Twitch, YouTube, and other places where all this stuff would be pertinent, or the Myramyth website, which is where you can find a lot of information as well. I appreciate you so much for being here. Okay. Check! I think that means that that's about the end of us today. We're gonna find somebody to raid. We're a little bit on the shorter side, but generally, chatting streams would be. This was the fattest yap stream I think I've ever done, personally. It was wild. Goodness me. Whew. Ooh, do we... I have no idea what you're doing, and we're rating you. Wonderful. The screen looks interesting, chat. I am... That was a terrible ending.
Ori is always short.
The screen looked
The
interesting.
tone wasn't an ending tone. It was a I'm about to say something else tone.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you. You are absolutely amazing. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for joining in on this. I have to put a more proper ending into this, otherwise my editor is going to kill me. I have attempted this at least 4 times live on stream now, and I'm so glad that you're here. Love you. Thank you. There you go, Rain. We're off to die. Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Tomorrow's chat chooses, so be here for that. I love you guys so much. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you for joining this ridiculously sized lore yap. I love that chat bot knows that's called straight face. That's so funny. I love you guys. Bye. See you tomorrow for chat chooses.